How's everyone doing tonight? I hope you're all well. Welcome to my monthly, even though it's technically the 4th. Hang on a second. Wait, did I not set my... Oh, wait, wrong bindings. Yeah, so, sorry that there was no podcast technically last stream. I wanted to actually do the podcast, at the end of January. Unfortunately, I ended up having a sore throat, which was really annoying that I had to deal with, but thankfully I'm feeling better now. But it's fine. How's everyone doing tonight? Wolf, Dirt Dog, Kid Arcstorm, Orion, Captain Hat, Lindea, Rainding. Hope everyone's been doing well at the beginning of this fine February storm. Finish what you had to do so you... Sorry about that, everyone. Finish what you had to do and you can finally start Fire Emblem Engage tonight. Nice. I hope you have fun with it. Yo, crazy dude. Leans bro. I'm not broken. I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking. Anyway, I just wanted to say really fast, I hope everyone's been doing well since the last podcast. I do want to say really quick that we do have a new alert, actually. I forgot how much it was exactly. Hang on, let me actually type it in really quick.
Lina isn't broken, just the walls.
Well,
No,
great.
no
Now I have to
one
go
will.
and buy a new wall with those 2 bits. Thank you, Wolf. Anyway, if I can type in this really quick. Yeah, so we got a new 47-bit alert. We have 3 variations of it. So, I just recently was really in the mood to watch Freakazoid, the old 90s cartoon, but that was done by the Animaniacs team, and I was just watching that pretty much non-stop for the past 2-3 days. Honestly, I forgot how much I really like this show. It's a very
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Ooh, shiny new button. Must press. Must press.
Thank you for the 47 bits. Yeah, now you guys can casually interrupt my stream with random broadcasts. But yeah, I just been watching through Freakazoid a lot recently. Also, really quick, I do want to apologize if I'm coughing a little bit. My throat isn't hurting or anything like that, but man, I mentioned this during my last podcast, but ever since I got COVID last year, I just had this random cough that just keeps on reoccurring, and I have no idea why it's still there. Hang on a second. Skip. There we go. But yeah, I've just been having this occasional cough that's just been nonstop lately. I have no idea why it's still there. I guess it's just like a side effect from getting it, unfortunately. I'm hoping it's not permanent, but it's kind of been there since, well, it's kind of been there since like last year, so I don't know if it's ever going to leave, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I just been watching a lot of Freakazoid lately, and it's actually been such a nostalgic trip for me. Mostly because, like, okay, tell me how many people can tell me this. When you're a kid, when you watch cartoons, did you actually pay attention to any of the dialogue? I feel like the majority of the time whenever I'm watching an animated show, I'm just like, ew, golly gee, it's such cute animation and pretty colors. I have no idea what the characters are saying, so I'm just going to enjoy myself and be easily distracted by jangling keys. I would understand the plot of a show and stuff like that, but I never would actually understand any of like the puns or the written humor, because a lot of times it would just fly right over my head. Can confirm you never heard half of the dialogue. Exactly, and a lot of time it's like I wouldn't understand some of the cleverness behind it, and I would always just you always remember the dialogue. It's weird. Like, I listen to the dialogue, but I didn't actually follow it. I was just oh, it's animation. I'm just enjoying the animation. You been in a huge mood to rewatch Jackie Chan Adventures? It's really weird. I've been feeling the nostalgic urge to revisit a lot of old shows from my childhood, and Jackie Chan Adventures was one of them. Like, do you guys ever get that urge of wanting to check back on stuff that you used to grow up with, and then you go to the TV tropes page and read up on some old stuff, and then you go nostalgic and be all like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember this character. I remember this moment, and I do that every single time. You haven't been to TV tropes in forever? TV tropes is like, I used to be on there all the damn time. Nowadays, I mostly just go there whenever I am trying to remember a TV show that I didn't. A TV show or a movie that I haven't remembered in a long time. Any Asterisk fans? Sorry, Storm. That's mostly a European thing, if I recall correctly. I know what Asterisk is. It's just, I'm pretty sure it's definitely more European than in America. But yeah, I used to have a profile on TV tropes, chatted on the forum a lot. I actually met a lot of cool people there. Like, I believe I met Capricorn Aurora there too. You picked up Disney Plus last year, and you do plan to watch one of the old Disney Afternoon stuff you haven't yet. I actually watched through every single major Disney Afternoon show during the Disney marathon. During the Disney marathon in my server. Had an ex-crew who wanted to try to get you into Asterisks. Yeah. But like, but yeah, like, I've just been in the nostalgic mood to watch a whole lot of old shows that I watched growing up and see if I can catch a bunch of stuff. Yo, Twy, how's it going? I was like, hey, Maniacal. I've just been going through a bunch of old shows that I've been feeling nostalgic for, and I've been picking up on a lot of the more adult humor that I didn't realize. And my God, I think 95% of Freakazoid was definitely adult humor. Because, like, there were so many references that went past my head. I rewatched when I was watching the first episode of Freakazoid again. Freakazoid would just start randomly shouting, "Pull the string!" And I was like, oh, I get it now. That's a reference to Plan 9 from Outer Space. Because I'm a freaking nerd who watches old bad movies. And like, it's actually really funny because like whenever I watch shows or movies, I would often go to TV tropes just to see if there's any fun trivia or facts about it that I can learn about. And that's actually a lot of really fun details because like I found out like the voice actor for Freakazoid, who is not Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd is Ant-Man. Paul Rugg? I think that's how you pronounce his name. But yeah, he's actually one of the main writers for Animaniacs, Tiny Toons, and Pinky and the Brain and stuff, and obviously Freakazoid. And apparently later in life, he got a really hyper-aggressive chihuahua, which is really friggin' funny because in Freakazoid, he adopts a mad dog who is always trying to bite his hands off. And then later in life, Paul Rugg actually showed off a video of his hyper-aggressive dog biting his arms, which was really funny. Storm, can you not ask for people to give subs like that? I really, I don't really want people to ask for subs like that. That's actually really not cool on Twitch. And Eddie was all full of adult jokes. It's been such a long time. I actually need to rewatch Ed and Eddie. Teachers will pull you in and won't let you go for hours. Sometimes you just go on those wiki walks. Like I used to do that on Wikipedia before I discovered TV tropes because like sometimes I'd be like, oh, this is a reference to something I want to check out later. Maybe I should check this out later. What chapter of Egg Cage are you on? Give me a number. 5. Yeah, that's actually a way to get insta-banned in some channels if you beg for gift subs, yeah. Hey, KV, how you doing? You saw a new show / rewatch, but you're hyperfixating? Honestly, Twy, like, okay, I don't want to be clear on something. I am kind of babbling right now, but there is actually a bit of a structure to my madness. I do want to try to focus on specific topics of discussion when I'm going through my podcast. Like I usually, like the last podcast, I went completely off the rails, talking about whatever topics I wanted. For this podcast, I'm going to try to structure it up.
Favorite TV tropes page?
Orion, thank you for the $50 out of nowhere. What? What the heck? Why? I swear to God, you better be saving that money for your own self. Thank you for the $50. Favorite TV tropes page. Heck it. I'm shallow. The Miss Fan Service page. You just got paid? I don't care. You could have used those $50 to buy a new game. Anyway, but yeah, like, I was going to try to focus on a bunch of different genres of media that I'm currently going through. Normally I would start with, well,
thank you.
There's your gift sub, Wolf. Wolf, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to TL Moon, Hydra, Twy, Storm, and Crazy Dude. Okay, I swear to God, don't, guys. Listen. You pull the lever and see what Orange Genie brings. I swear to God. I'm just trying to have a conversation with my audience, and y'all keep interrupting me with your generosity. None. So much appreciated. Thank you. Howdy, Lina activated. You know, one of these days I will actually have to make a proper sulk version of my avatar. As of right now, I'm only stuck with these 4 expressions. But yeah, normally I was thinking of starting by talking about anime and stuff that I'm currently watching at the moment, but you know what? I'm actually going to move over to my actual current hyperfixation. So, during January, I was watching a whole lot of movies. Like, normally Thank
you!
KV, I swear to God, you already gifted me 3 gift subs during the previous day when I wasn't even around. Thank you for the 3 gift subs too. Donkey Kong 75 meters, Liam 6, and Hella Slothy. Dirt Dog said too, don't.
Please show your feet to Woo.
Thank you for the $1.01. Very well. You want to see my feet? You get no feet.
Thank you!
Thank you for the 5 gift subs too, Gaia Man 87, Joe Sing, Slowpoke Party. Dun, 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 dun. Slowpoke Party.
Look over there, a distraction.
Y'all just gonna keep me in perpetual pouty face, aren't you? Thank you for the Slowpoke Party! Nameless, Angel Rays, and Nom Fortune Dragon. Enjoy the gift subs from a right. I swear to God, guys. Guys, I am trying to have a podcast where we actually have civil discussions about interesting stuff, but no!
Limit, it's hard to show off your feet. I'll show off some dancing feet instead.
Thank you for the burger! I guess this is going to be a podcast and a show, isn't it? Actually, I have no idea where I actually am. Hang on a second. Oh, there I am. Well, regardless, I have no feet! We've established this last stream! I don't even have a belly! How am I supposed to show feet if I don't even have a belly? Anyway, as I was saying, as everyone rudely interrupted me with a freaking level 4 hype train, why would you do this to me? Did you lose your lower half in a magic trick accident? Listen, my lower half just spontaneously shows up whenever I feel like it. Usually it shows up whenever I need to go to a bus stop, like right here, amongst other reasons, but we'll get into that another time. Don't you even have pants on? Okay, let's be real here. How many streamers actually stream with their pants on? I didn't think so. Love always. Don't you use love always against me. I invented love always. You stream with your pants on when you stream? Ha! Joke's on you! I'm not wearing pants right. No. What? I'm wearing pants right now. Yeah, totally. Anyway, as I was saying, before I got rudely interrupted by your stupid hype train, which thank you again for, I actually watched a whole bunch of movies during January. I never actually watched Knives Out when it came out in I believe it was a 2019 film. I didn't watch it when that came out, but I heard that Glass Onion came out I believe Glass Onion came out in December of last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. And a lot of my friends were talking about it recently. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should go check it out. Besides all the movies we watch on Mondays. Yeah, but besides all the Disney movies that we watch on Mondays, correct. It was December, November, right? 2019, it was after Endgame because people were going nuts over Chris Evans being a little shit after he got to know Captain America. That's hilarious. Yeah, I remember a lot of people were really talking about it all the time amongst my circles. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should actually host a movie night with my friends where we watch both Glass Onion and Knives Out, which we did. I actually watched Knives Out 3 or 4 different times. I first watched Knives Out with a small group, and then I watched it again with I don't remember who I invited. I think it was either Maniacal or someone. No, I think Maniacal actually watched it on his own, but I definitely watched Knives Out again with another person, and then I watched it a third time with yet even more people, just so we can make sure we're all quote-unquote caught up to watch Glass Onion. And we didn't. That being said, though, you don't really actually need prior context for Glass Onion. For people who don't know, Knives Out and Glass Onion is a mysteries film series. A lot of it takes inspirations from Clue. And Knives Out was a standalone movie all about solving the murder of a character, as well as Glass Onion, but they're all 2 separate mysteries. Everyone, thank you so much for the level 3 hype train. Y'all are way too kind. Thank you so much for 13 subs and 121 bits and the freaking donations. Jeez, guys, I don't know how to properly react to all this, guys. But I appreciate the kindness. I really do. Is Glass Onion also Rian Johnson? That is correct. Rian Johnson does incredible work. I personally love his movies. But anyway, yeah. Both of the movies are actually freaking incredible. They are brilliantly done. You also really hope the third movie is actually a Muppets movie. It's not gonna happen. They specifically said, like, even though it'd be hilarious, it just wouldn't work out, unfortunately. Mostly the big issue is, who would even be the murder suspect in a Muppet movie? Are they just going to invent a brand new Muppet? Oh, please, I love Last Jedi. We're not going to get into that right now. Anyway, that's a joke. I mean, are they just going to invent a Muppet? And is it... Oh my god, does anybody remember that one Muppet movie that the Jim Henson studio made? It was... what was it called? It was basically about this one police Muppet who goes to try to solve figure out why a whole bunch of Muppets were getting murdered, and it was like an adult movie too. Yeah, the Happy Time Murders. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, like they actually, like, it'd be like that, except probably better written and better acted. And but I'm like, I'm legitimately curious how they would handle that. Would they actually treat the Muppets as actual people? Will they treat the Muppets as entertainers? Or are the Muppets going to impersonate other people? Wait, what if this is the Great Muppet Caper, but in Knives Out form? That would be amazing. Give a random Sakurai fact about this game. There are no Sakurai facts about this game because I am not a game. I am a person. Usually. A person that has no lower half. Gonzo. Oh my god. Can you imagine if there was actually a twin brother of Gonzo named Gonzo, and then he just like gets murdered, and then they have to figure out the murder of Gonzo? I would actually die from that. You are a game and worth $59.99 DLC. I would hope that I am worth more than $60. That one movie the Jim Henson Company made, do you know how little that narrows? Listen, I was giving a plot description. The person doesn't have a lower half. It's regularly interrupted from your chat, distracting me. $69.99. No, I am worth more than a freaking PS5 game. There's a movie, Muppets, not the Muppets I want made is Avenue Q. How relevant is Avenue Q nowadays? I don't know. I've kind of rewatched or re-listened to some old Avenue Q songs, and not gonna lie, some of it didn't age too well. Disney came up with a Kermit doppelganger, so a Gonzo doppelganger wouldn't be too far-fetched. I mean, all I know is they're definitely not going to be able to get away with murdering one of the main Muppets. 599 USD. No! 420.69. More accurate. Metal Gonzo. Wait, what if the... Oh, man, can you imagine if, like, when the Gonzo that got murdered actually comes back, and he comes back as a Terminator, and then everyone screams, and they have to, like, figure out how to take down the... giant robot Gonzo. That'd be the ultimate finale. Liquid and solid Gonzo. Metal Gonzo solid. Can someone write this down for a raid message? Because I think we got a raid message. The Gonzonator. Oh my god. And then they're like, even better. So like, not only is it like clone Gonzos, they're all piloting giant robot chickens. Quite literally, giant robot chickens. Camilla transforms into a giant Megazord. Mr. Bimbo takes over Foxy. Shoutouts to Muppet Treasure Island, everyone. I actually watched that fairly recently too. I think, Michael, if you're still here, do you remember if I showed you the entirety of Muppet Treasure Island, or did you go to bed? I think you might have went to bed when I showed it to you. Thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush? Plan on trying it anytime soon? Not at the moment. I'd like to try it, but I admittedly don't really have a lot of free time on my hands nowadays, unfortunately. More often than not, I'm either networking with other people, trying to hang out with friends, or I am trying to come up with some new stuff to help improve my streams. Like, I'll be real, a lot of my schedule lately has been completely screwed. I keep on going to bed around like 10 a.m. nowadays, and it is not healthy. Like, I basically only get like 5 to 6 hours of sleep nowadays, mostly because I'm so busy working and preparing for streams these days. Either that, or I'm just... Either that, I'm too depressed and I don't want to go to bed. But you know, that's most people. Let's not dwell on the existential crisis that is my life. How am I functioning? Well, it helps that I don't have a real job. This is my job. Y'all are what are keeping me alive right now. For real, though. That is not me trying to guilt you guys into giving me money. That I'm just saying, though. I keep telling you to go to bed. You almost never listen. I'm sorry. I am usually working on stuff. I need to get the stream ready. Like, I don't know how to tell you guys this, but whenever I stream, there's a lot of prep work that goes into setting up the stream. I have to make sure all my equipment is working. I need to double check the audio to make sure nothing is broken, because like there is so much.
Program to bring you this important message. I'm actually a deep-voiced woman. Now back to our show.
Guilt. There's guilt. But. Shiny button.
I swear to God, thank you for the 79 bits, Wolf. Hey, now you do have a real job. Well, I appreciate the kind words regardless. No, you see, Metal Gonzo Solid sees Pepe the King Prawn as Solid Prawn! The weapon is actually just literally Gonzo, but all the Metal Gonzos form into the giant chicken. CMILLA, Certified American Military Intelligence Loves Languages! Only American, though. Sam the Eagle is Big Boss! Oh my god! That works way way too freaking well. I hate it, KV. How the hell did you come up with that acronym so quickly? That's so good. Oh my god. But yeah, what was I saying? Camilla is the name of Gonzo's chicken one. Oh, I know, KV. That's why I thought it was hilarious that you were able to come up with the actual words within the acronym that fast. Otacon, Miss Piggy took her clothes off. Nice. Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into setting up the streams that, I have to double check for. Like, you guys will not believe how much audio balancing I have to do for every single game. Because the Nintendo Switch is really freaking weird. There is no flatline audio level between Switch games. Sometimes some games are really quiet, some games are overbearingly loud. I have to keep balancing my game audio all the time just to make sure it doesn't overpower my voice. And I also had to freaking rebalance Nightbot because I realized during my last podcast, I had the music set way too low and I had to rebalance it to make it louder so you guys can actually hear it. But I also have to make sure the music for the podcasts aren't so loud that it overpowers the alerts because I feel like my alerts are one of the more fun aspects of my streams. So I always try to make sure the alerts are loud enough that they don't get talked over slash musicked over. So yeah, like audio balancing is honestly the worst aspect when it comes to streams, mostly because like I can't, like, don't get me wrong, I trust you guys when you guys let me know there's some weird audio issues with the stream, but a lot of the time no one actually lets me know when audio is either too quiet, too loud, and then I have to like go listen to the stream back myself and adjust it manually off stream. My alerts are definitely high in volume, as they should be. They should be loud enough for all of you to enjoy. Pepe, I'm preparing the Muppet Show right now. Scooter responds. Scooter is on Who is Kermit in this? Is Kermit going to be like Raiden? Is Mr. Plush anger directed at us or just angry in general? She's just angry in general. Drove you nuts with Xenoblade 3 like the audio in that game is super low. I know, right, KV? I had to freaking audio boost the hell out of Xenoblade 3. Should we test all our alerts? No! Please, conserve your wallets. It's almost tax season, for goodness sakes.
Wanna watch me do a flip?
High in volume? Well, we do tend to set them off on the regular. No, leave me one low.
Very impressive, Flip Wolf. Much appreciated. At the very least, they're less than $1 alerts, so it's whatever. That's all the alerts, please no. Kermit is literally just Kermit. He has no idea this is going on. You know what? That does actually sound really in character for Kermit. Kermit's just like wandering around. Oh my god, can you imagine? Imagine the entirety of the plot of the Metal Gear Solid series, but Kermit the Frog is just there. Kermit the Frog is just like, there's like, what the hell is going on? I didn't approve of this. Will you get out of here? I cannot do a Kermit voice. Hi ho. Kermit T Frog here. Yeah, I cannot do a Kermit voice. I'm sorry. I'm just here to get the group back for the show. What is this? But yeah, I really ended up hyperfixating on the Knives Out movies for a while. They were really good. Man, can I just say, I'm actually really impressed with Dave Bautista, because Dave Bautista has really branched out as an actor. Like, I didn't really knew who Dave Bautista was because I'm not really a wrestling fan, but I knew he did wrestling work, and the first movie he ever did was Guardians. But ever since then, he's been in a lot of movies, and he's actually done some really good work. I'm very impressed with his expanding on his resume. Like, he does all kinds of different genre films now, and I'm very impressed with his work in every single thing that he's done. You love him as Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy? Yeah, and he does amazing work in Glass Onion. He does and I heard he's actually really good in that new M. Night Shyamalan movie, Knock on the Cabin, I think it's called. Yeah, I heard he was actually really good in that too. You love how much fun he had in the Guardians Christmas special? Yeah. Speaking of which, can't wait for Guardians of the Galaxy 3. You know, I have such mixed feelings about Guardians of the Galaxy at the moment. I love Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, don't get me wrong, but man, I have some really weird feelings about the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. I think it's really funny written. I think it's a really... I thought it was really well directed. I thought it was really clever, but I don't know. I feel like it was a little mean-spirited for my liking, at least compared to what I'm normally used to when it comes to superhero-related work. So I don't know. It makes me concerned about like how Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is going to be. And I will admit, as much as I really respect James Gunn as a director and creative fellow, I really enjoy a lot of his work, but I don't know how I feel about him becoming one of the main creative leads for the DC universe, because it's weird that he's actually in charge of all of DC and not just his movies. Like, he's also in charge of animation and TV shows, and I'm just thinking to myself, I don't know how I feel about that, because I feel like a lot of James Gunn's strongest points was how well he is at being able to handle darker humor as well as less scrupulous hero characters. And like, speaking as someone who's more of a DC fan than a Marvel fan, DC, if we're going by purely like overall themes and ideas of the DC universe, the DC universe is very idealistic with the ideas of, oh, this is what we hope to see humanity be like we want to see people be better, we want to see people be good. And like, I feel that kind of conflicts with James Gunn's presentation and style when it comes to filmmaking. Well, not filmmaking, but like, you know, storytelling / themes. So I don't know how I feel about that in regards to James Gunn being in charge of DC's media. It's also a little weird how apparently they want all the actors for every single character to be portrayed by the same actor throughout both animation, TV show, and movies. Like, I get the idea of singularity between brand, but like, I feel like that kind of stifles the creativity that a lot of people are able to do with TV shows and cartoons because of that. Wouldn't that cost a lot of money to do? That's... well, to be fair, it's not exactly like Warner Brothers hasn't been dealing with weird money issues as of late, with them being merged with Discovery lately. DC will be superheroes, but marketing more for the older crowd. which is fine. I guess it needs to be a counterbalance to MCU right now. The MCU has solidified the formula and made everything more family friendly. It's such a mixed bag, but I do understand that DC does have to do something to stand out. They can't just be riding the coattails of the MCU and trying to copy them. They also want all the voice actors for games too? Oh my god, how are they supposed to do that? You gotta get to class. No worries, KV. You take care. Thank you so much for the gift subs earlier. I just feel like I respect them for what they're choosing to do. I just don't know if it's going to work out. I don't know. Maybe it will work out considering, like, I don't know. Have you guys noticed that a lot of DC movies has been skewing more and more mature lately? Like, a lot of their more recent endeavors seems to be focusing on anti-heroes and stuff like that. Like, a lot of their more, to be clear, successful ventures seem to be working out as they go for more mature stuff. Like, with the Suicide Squad that was directed by James Gunn, Peacemaker, the animated Harley Quinn series. Like, they really, really like focusing on their anti-heroes. And they also try to do that with Black Adam. And, like, I don't know. That's not what I go to DC for. Don't get me wrong. I love the DC villains. I think they're cool and great and stuff like that. But I really... I miss my Superman. I don't want just Batman. I love Batman, but a person like me kind of gets like a little sick of seeing so much Batman all the time. Where's my good big blue Boy Scout Superman? Black Adam flopped. We're getting new Superman in 2025. I mean, I guess I will say that I'm excited about how they describe Superman as being all about kindness. That's nice. Green Lantern is going to be more your speed. I hope you have fun with Green Lantern. The Detective Green Lantern show sounds up your alley. It sounds pretty good. I do appreciate them focusing more on the human aspect of Green Lantern compared to the I'm blanking really hard right now. Compared to more space-related Green Lantern. A lot of Green Lantern lately, whenever I read up on it, usually is space-based. But yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I've kind of learned that even though I'm not exactly happy with the direction that the DC universe has been going lately, I've learned to just, like, shrug my shoulders, take it as it comes, and enjoy what little I can. Like, I do really enjoy watching Harley Quinn. That was a good show. Hydrate, thanks for the reminder. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I love DC. I just don't know where they're gonna go with it in the future, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, let me see what other movies I watch. I want to watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. I haven't gotten around to doing it, mostly because it's not very easy to locate online, unfortunately. That is to say, legally speaking, wink wink. But so I might have to like go. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Give me a quick sec. Okay, so anyway, but yeah, I wanted to watch that, unfortunately, but I might have to sail the 7 seas for that one. And, I will say this, the current movie that I'm really hyperfixated on at the moment is Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Oh my god, I did not realize that I would like this movie nearly as much as I thought I would. Mostly because, like, don't get me wrong, I thought the Shrek movies were fine as it was. I did watch the original Puss in Boots movie spin-off that came out in, like, 2010, I think? But, oh my god! I think nobody was expecting the new Puss in Boots movie to be as ridiculously good as it was. Like, I'm not going to try to oversell the movie too much, but oh my god, without a doubt, one of the best aspect of the movie is its animation. It is so gorgeously animated. I love how creative they were with the cinematography of it, being able to show scale on such a ridiculous level while also keeping everything high-paced and quick. Man, like, this is something that drives me freaking wild so often. So many people think high frame rate equals good animation. High frame rate is fantastic for video game action, but like, if you're trying to make a movie, a lot of times it's really high frame rate just makes everything look extremely unnatural. Everything doesn't look right. The animation doesn't feel like it's actually having impact in anything that you do. But with Last Wish, a lot of it actually has regular film frame rate for normal talking scenes, but during action scenes, they actually drop the frame rate, and that actually hyper accentuates every single scene because it actually looks like, okay, this is going to sound weird, but actually it's amazing. It looks like highly detailed single pictures being strung together in a beautiful way. A lot of times it actually reminds me of like me reading through the One Punch Man manga, wherein they often show incredible cinematic scenes, but through single panels of the camera rotating around a character, and that is so much exactly what they did in The Last Wish, and it's amazing. Yo, Arcade Park, well done stream. You seen video by Noodle that completely blasts interpolation that ruins existing animations to achieve 60 FPS? Exactly. Freaking, I really, really hate anybody who keeps on saying, oh, hey, I made this scene look better because I made it 60 FPS. Ah! People don't understand what good animation looks like. Last Wish is so freaking brilliant with its animation. It's so good because you know what really blew me away? There was actually a scene in that movie that had different frame rates between objects in the foreground and the background because they were showing the difference between an action scene and a dialogue scene. And that was so stunningly beautiful. I was so impressed. What's his last wish? Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. It's the new DreamWorks movie that came out in December, I believe. And yeah, it's freaking amazing. Actually, one of the best movies I've seen in years. I am so in love with that movie. I really recommend people check it out. It's so good. And I'm not even... didn't know the subtitle? Yeah. I really do recommend checking it out. And, like, it's as freaking, like, as I said, probably one of the best animated movies in a long time. Like, probably the last really good movie, like, from a mainstream studio, to be clear, that I saw was probably Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse in terms of animation and creativity. Like, man, one thing I really appreciate about a lot of modern animated movies nowadays, people are stepping away from trying to achieve pseudo-realism with their movies. Like, Disney or Pixar are still going for that, but I am so glad that a lot of people and other studios are realizing, okay, what if we just, like, go full-on style? And I'm so glad that they're realizing this now. Because, like, this is something I've always mentioned in regards to video games. Stylization is so much better than trying to achieve realistic effects. Injustice actually animates better in 24 FPS cutscenes, way better, for sure. Like, I legitimately believe that stylization can age so much better because, like, you're able to see, like, what animation was like as it, what am I trying to say here?
Thank you so much for watching this video.
Oh shoot, hang on, I gotta skip this. Yep. But, like, yeah, stylization is able to last way longer than realism because you can see the age of realism as you see technology advances. When you're able to stylize, you're able to mask that so much better. It's why Wind Waker still looks incredibly good even to this day, because you can still see, you don't have to focus on, oh, this doesn't look like real grass. Instead, you're thinking, wow, this sure looks like a watercolor drawing, and it looks so good because of that. And I'm so glad that so many different studios are realizing that nowadays. Wondering if too many studios will use the Spider-Verse style to the point where people get sick of it. I don't think so, because I would not call Puss in Boots Spider-Verse style. Spider-Verse is very comic booky. Like, when you look at, like, there are two very big differences between Puss in Boots and Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse has a lot of comic book animation tricks and styles in which it employs, like, oh shoot, I forgot what the animation, not animation, the drawing style is. It's the, you know that style where everything is dots? Was it dotlation? Oh man, but yeah, like, it draws its characters with very broad strokes in which it captures a lot of the comic book action side of things, while dots, like, it's a lot, there's a famous painting that's done entirely through dots, and a lot of comic books, like the old school comic books, Ben-Day dots, yeah, Ben-Day dots. And that's what a lot of old comic books used to do. So that's exactly the kind of style that Spider-Verse has. Whereas the style in Puss in Boots is drawn more like a fairy tale novel. If you look at a lot of older fairy tale art styles, that's the art style that Puss in Boots has. It's water brush strokes. Like a storybook, correct. And which makes a lot of sense because, you know, Puss in Boots is from a fairy tale series. So, like, I don't think they share styles. They are adopting what best fits the story. So I feel like if they are able to continue stylizing movies to look the way they want, like another example for me, using another DreamWorks movie, has anybody seen The Bad Guys? Because that movie is also incredibly stylish, but it also doesn't have the Spider-Verse or Puss in Boots art style either. It's very, how would I describe that movie? I would say it looks like a children's book, or like, oh, do you guys remember like the mid-90s humongous entertainment edutainment games? It reminds me of the art style found in those. Specifically Spy Fox, I think it was called. I think it was Spy Fox. But yeah, like Humongous Entertainment, who made Freddy Fish, Putt Putt. Shoot, what else did they make? I think they made Pajama Sam. But yeah, they also did something called Spy Fox, and that actually, and the art style actually reminded me of that a lot in The Bad Guys. Did Humongous actually do the backyard sports games? I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, I just fell in love with Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It was such a damn good movie. I thought the acting was impeccable. The writing was so tightly written. I was so impressed by how no scenes really were unnecessary. That movie was such a breezy 2-hour watch. Like, it went by so quick, and it was so tightly paced. I was so impressed. Yeah, have a good night, Storm. But yeah, I really, really love that movie a lot. Oh man, this is going to be weird to say. I really, really want to watch another Shrek movie. If they're going to carry, like, if DreamWorks is going to continue with their stylization of storytelling and stuff like that, oh man, can you imagine what a Shrek movie would be like in the new Puss in Boots style? It actually blows my mind thinking about it. Like, I actually went back and watched Shrek Forever After because I was in such a mood of wanting to see the future of the Shrek franchise because of this. Kung Fu Panda and new Puss in Boots style. Kung Fu Panda already has a Puss in Boots style. Kung Fu Panda has always looked like that. Like, it has a lot of 2D elements. He announced a 4th Kung Fu Panda movie last year. That's awesome. You never saw them, is your excuse. Yes, please, tell me more about stuff that we should do with series that you never watched. I really can't wait to watch another Kung Fu Panda movie. I freaking love the Kung Fu Panda movies. They're probably like I will actually say they're probably one of my favorite film trilogies of all time. Like, they are right up there along with Back to the Future and Lord of the Rings. But yeah, that's about all the movies that I watched last month. Let me try and think. Did I watch any shows? No, I talked about Freakazoid. Man, I probably should have prepared a list saying what I actually watched this month. I'll be real, I kind of stopped watching a lot of TV shows. Mostly because I kind of like I said, I don't really have a lot of free time whenever I'm not streaming. I'm usually busy working. But I have been finding time on Saturdays to watch a lot of anime. My buddies, Phantom Skylar and Burmside, they're like some of the oldest friends I know, so we rarely get to hang out with each other anymore, unfortunately. So more often than not, we usually just hang out on anime. Well, I'm sorry. I'm a colossal weeb. I know. I never would have guessed. Me, a weeb, with all of my random anime alerts or me being drawn in anime style? Nah, not at all. But we very rarely find time for each other, unfortunately. So more often than not, we're just hanging out to watch anime on Saturdays. Weeb. Exactly. Thank you. But yeah, we actually have been watching through a bunch of really cool anime lately. One of the bigger ones for me is Trigun Stampede. For anybody who's been watching, for anybody who actually watches anime, Trigun is one of the most legendary series for the Western audience. Like, it never really made much a splash in its home country of Japan, but in the West, it was one of the main leading anime that was released back when Adult Swim came out. Adult Swim, for people who don't know, is the adult animation programming block on Cartoon Network. And when Adult Swim was starting off, they didn't really have a lot of shows for themselves, so they licensed a bunch of anime. And one of the shows was the original Trigun from... Oh man, when did Trigun come out again? I was thinking it was 1998. And I freaking loved Trigun. It was probably my favorite anime until another series came out. And yeah, Johnny Young Bosch's first anime role was as Vash, I believe. That is correct. Which is really cool because they actually got him back to voice Vash in Stampede. And I think he's probably the only voice actor they brought back from the original dub series, because they replaced literally everyone else in the Trigun Badlands Rumble movie that came out about, shoot, was it 13 years ago? Oh my god. Was it actually 13 years ago? Oh my god. The Trigun movie came out 13 years ago. I hate life. Can time stop moving? I really would appreciate if time stopped moving. Guys, it's time. We need to embark on a journey and take out Father Time. Listen, I know. You may not like the idea of taking a life, but if we were able to take Father Time's life, we can save every single life. We can save the world. Trigun and Cowboy Bebop are two classic anime series that still stick with you. Same. That and the original Fruits Basket. Wow! Didn't take you for a Fruits Basket fan, but I respect it. But yeah, I was so very surprised that they actually announced a brand new Trigun anime. Mostly because, like, I just assumed that no one actually cared about Trigun outside of the US. And even then, the older Trigun get, the more irrelevant it was, because the only people who really watched Trigun were millennials. You felt old learning that Lucky Star anime turned 15 last year? Yep! Same thing with Haruhi Suzumiya for me. I miss being a teenager, guys. It was... Actually, no, I take it back. I don't miss being a teenager. That being said, though, I'm good after 25. I wish I stopped aging at 25. And now I'm 31. You miss being a college student? I don't. God, college years, I will say this. I think the college years were probably some of my worst years of my life. That was not fun. having to be responsible and actually figure out what classes you need to take while they always constantly change the requirements of what you need to graduate. Yeah, no thank you. But yeah, the fact that we got a new Trigun anime was actually blew me away. And watching a little bit, I've only been watching it dubbed mostly because I was so nostalgic for hearing Johnny Young Bosch as Bash, which was really cool. So I never really got to enjoy the new series in Japanese. I heard it's actually fairly different in Japanese because apparently Vash is portrayed more I wouldn't say lonely, but more mysterious and sullen. Whereas Johnny just kept up the more goofy aspects of Vash, as it should. Vash is a goofy character, and I love him. It's such a contrast looking at classic Vash versus Stampede Vash. I will admit, Vash in the new style throws me off. It's so weird because it's basically like, imagine Fred Flintstone. You grew up with Fred Flintstone, and suddenly he's wearing like a completely different outfit and a completely different hairstyle. That's how weird it felt for me. Love and peace. Love and peace. Okay, so like, not to get too far off topic, but I will say this. Trigun massively helped shape my identity as a person. I will say this. You know my love always that I always end my stream with? That was inspired by Vash's love and peace chants. I love all y'all. And yeah, Vash and Trigun is a massive influence on me as a person. And I definitely was excited to see what Trigun Stampede had to offer, and so far it is capturing the main themes of Trigun. That is to say, what it means to be a moral person in an amoral world, and I really appreciate them carrying on those themes. I think the animation is pretty dang good for being a 3D anime. Yeah, did I not mention that? Trigun Stampede is actually a 3D anime, but with cell shading. It actually looks surprisingly decent. That being said, though, the entire time I kept thinking to myself, wow, why am I watching a Guilty Gear cutscene? You want to hop up for dinner for now? No worries, Orion. You take care, dude. Thank you so much for them. Dude, thank you so much for a donation and the give subs earlier. That's way too kind of you. Take care, dude. How does it compare to Land of the Illustrious? It's really hard for me to compare because the only scene that I've seen from Land of the Illustrious is that one character who lost her arms doing a hip cock and then pointing her cut off arms at people. Because that's a meme gif. But aside from that, yeah, I can't really compare. But the animation is pretty good for what 3D is. It's definitely better than Berserk. I can say that. It's definitely better than the 3D Berserk anime. It is a little strange, though, because if anybody ever grew up watching Trigun, they actually got rid of Millie's character. They replaced Millie with this older gentleman who is a booze drinking, smoking character who's kind of a veteran reporter compared to Meryl. They kept Meryl, but they changed her job from insurance agent to reporter. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, that kind of makes Meryl a lot more boring. Because, like, I always thought it was really clever and really unique how the reason these two girls, Meryl and Millie, were following after Vash was because they were insurance agents trying to prevent him from causing their insurance company from having to pay extra money in order to their clients every time Vash comes into town and destroys their town. I always thought that was really funny and it's really clever. Like, I don't think there's any other series that does that. What? No, Millie, big girl. I know! I was so sad too. Millie was gone and I'm like, wait, then what's going to happen with Wolfwood? Are they still gonna bang or what? But yeah, Millie's sadly not around. They only brought back Meryl, and I don't even know if Wolfwood is going to show up either. So yeah, it's like, it's a different take on Trigun. It's good so far, but I will say this, it's a little slow paced. And I'm actually kind of surprised that they revealed Vash and Knives' backstory right at the beginning of the series. Mostly because, like, you wouldn't have realized that Trigun was a sci-fi series until you watched, like, halfway through the original series. But in the new Stampede series, nah, they revealed that it's sci-fi right off the bat. I'm very curious where the series is going to go from here, but so far it's pretty good. What the fuck happened to this man? Give me a sec, guys. But yeah, I'll say this, that Vash is definitely one of my favorite characters of all time. Massive influence on me. Like, I would say a lot of my pacifism actually does come from Vash. All right, trying to see what other anime have I been watching lately. I have a list here. We've been watching the new season of Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Watching this light novel adaptation called Magical Revolution of the Reincarnated Princess and the Genius Young Lady. I've been watching this really funny anime lately called Endo and Kobayashi Live. So you go around in a big red coat then? Yes, except it'd be blue. But yeah, I've been watching this anime called Kobayashi and Endo, and it's actually really interesting because, like, there's been this trend in anime and manga and light novels lately that focus on otome games. For people who don't know what otome games are, they're basically dating sim games, but for girls. So, like, you know, girls going through a game where a female character romances a bunch of male characters in a reverse harem. There's this trend lately where it focuses on the villainess, aka the female rival character in otome games, where they actually turn out to be the good character, where they're trying to maintain the peace of society, but then this random protagonist girl comes in and upends society and causes a whole lot of problems for people. And it basically, you know how, like, a lot of people like to portray the bad guys are actually the good guys in certain stories? It's basically that, but for otome games, which I think is hilarious. Anyway, so there's an So there's this anime that's currently running right now where two teenagers, a boy and a girl, are going through an Otome game, and they realize that their game system allows them to directly interact with the game world as gods, and they can tell tell the main male protagonist that, oh, hey, you should notice the villainess. She's just a massive tsundere. And then the male protagonist character is like, wait, what? She's a tsundere? And then what's a tsundere? And then like the female villainess character starts being all blush. She's like, don't take it the wrong way, you babaka. And then like, oh my god, so she's really freaking cute. So that's what it means to be a tsundere. And it just goes off the rails from there, and it's been so funny. There's one you really need to watch called Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro. Yeah, I've heard like some people like that. Not for me. But yeah, that one's pretty good. What else have I been watching? Oh, I've been watching the Trails of Cold Steel anime, which is really interesting because that's actually Burmsai's favorite video game series, and he really insisted that we check it out. Cold Steel got an anime? To be fair, it's not an adaptation anime. It's a side story anime, but it does feature some of the characters from Cold Steel. You need to catch up on Kaguya-sama? Kaguya-sama is fantastic. If you really want to check out a good romance comedy series, definitely watch it. One of my favorite anime, I freely admit this is a comfort pick by me. I wouldn't say it's fantastic or anything like that. One of my favorite anime is Bofuri. If you don't know what Bofuri is, it's a very recent anime that came out like 2 years ago. It recently got a second season this season. It's basically, you know those anime that's currently running lately that's about MMOs? Like basically, a character enters into an MMO world through a VR headset. So this is a series where a young girl goes into VR and she completely breaks the system by maxing out her defense because she's afraid of getting hurt. And unfortunately, because she did that, through a series of wacky shenanigans, she becomes one of the most powerful characters in the entire MMO scene because she keeps on going about playing the game in her own uniquely stupid way. And like, the game devs keep freaking out that she keeps on breaking the system. And it's just like a really cutesy slice of life / comedy series. I think it's really funny. And like I said, it's not particularly great or anything like that. It's just a very comforting show for me because it's like a bunch of cute girls going through an MMO and doing silly shenanigans as they completely destroy the game system. Speaking as someone who helps out in developing games, it cracks me up all the time. Yeah, and the new season's currently running, so I've been having a fun time with that. And the name, crazy dude, the name of it is called Bofuri, Bofuri. You help with game development? Yeah, Burmsai and I have been working on a game for like 10 years now. And we're not exactly making progress with it. Cute comedy / slice of life anime are your jam? Yo, Rating, watch Bofuri. You'll like Bofuri. Hang on. Go look it up. It's good. But yeah, I've been watching that. And I've also been watching, oh man. the reason I'm spending so much time talking about anime, to be honest, is because this is actually a really... You were lurking, see anime came up. Oh yeah, we were talking about Bo Fury while also talking about Trails of Cold Steel, because we're watching the anime for that right now, and I mentioned how it's your favorite series, dude. But yeah, the reason I kind of want to talk about anime right now is because we're in a very interesting transitional period right now. For people who haven't heard, Ash is actually leaving the Pokemon anime. And I don't know how I feel about it. For people who don't know, spoilers if you care. I don't know how many people care about Pokemon anime spoilers, but there's your warning. Ash became the world champion in Pokemon. Yeah, I know! Mr. Oh, I lost to a level 5 Snivy in Pokemon Black and White. Became a freaking champion of the world. I haven't really watched Pokemon on the regular since the middle of Diamond and Pearl. I will say this, the new Pokemon anime has been pretty good. Ash hasn't been to Paldea. Ha ha ha. But yeah, the new anime has been really interesting because it actually was detailing a lot of Ash's journey throughout all of the regions, revisiting a bunch of old characters we haven't seen before, and giving Ash a lot of fan-favorite Pokemon that a lot of people thought Ash should have. Does anybody remember that Haunter that Ash, quote-unquote, caught in the Kanto days way back in 1998? Yeah, Ash ended up catching a freaking Gengar to make up for it. And how a lot of people thought Ash, being like someone who had the power of Aura, should get a Lucario. Yeah, Ash eventually gets a freaking Lucario as well. This was basically the finale of Ash's story. They were doing a lot of stuff that were a lot of fan service stuff in which they gave Ash a bunch of Pokemon that they thought he should have Ash do a lot of battles that he should be doing. And the fact that Ash ends up battling almost every single one of the Pokemon champions from the games, it's actually insane. And then the actual climactic battle between Ash and Leon to decide who's going to be the champion of the world, oh my god. Some of the most absolute beautiful animation Pokemon has ever had in its show. And I know that more than enough people who have grown up with Ash actually cried from seeing that moment happen. It was freaking beautiful. We were so emotional seeing Ash actually achieve something for once. Hi, how nowadays? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, it's like, it actually blew me away how they were wrapping up Ash's story. And a lot of us were wondering, where do we go from here? Where is Ash going to go? And then we find out Ash is actually leaving the series. And the fact that we're going to get some new protagonists. We were wondering how are they going to wrap up Ash's story? And currently they're going through an 11 episode arc of Ash, like, going through his to quote the narrator, going through a directionless journey as he's trying to figure out what he's going to do with his life. That is oddly really existential, and I kind of love it. They also brought back, like, Brock and Misty too, which is really cool. And we're even getting to see some of Ash's old travel mates and see what they've been up to. It'd be hilarious, for sure, if Ash actually, in the very last 11... Oh my god, can you imagine if the reason we're getting 11 episodes is because in the 11th episode, Ash turns 11 years old? Yes! Can you imagine that? Literally the entirety of the Pokemon anime only takes place over a year. That would be so weird, but also really funny. Is that how Kukui and Carnett had a baby in that time? Yeah, sure, let's go with that. There's no way that would happen. I mean, Ash is about to leave the series. I don't see why wouldn't they have him turn 11 finally. I don't know how I'm going to feel when Ash finally is gone. I'll be real. It still hasn't hit me yet. Mostly because, like, are you watching the Japanese dub? Yeah, I'm watching a Japanese dub. Because, like, Ash traveling... Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that the Pokemon anime is the greatest thing ever. It's not. It's more like a childhood nostalgia thing. It's been with you since, like, since I was, like, 6 or 7. And, like, even though I grew out of the Pokemon anime, I still kept up with it. For people who don't know, even though none of the Pokemon games are my #1 favorite game, I would say the Pokemon series is my favorite video game series. So I'm well aware and well in tune with any latest Pokemon news. So even though I stopped watching the Pokemon anime, I usually kept up with the Pokemon episodes at the very least, like checking in saying, okay, so what did Ash get up to this week? Oh, Ash caught a Pokemon. Okay, that's cool. Oh, Ash got a new travel companion. Okay, that's cool. Oh, Ash got a new badge. That's cool. But yeah, I've just been going through all of that, and the new Pokemon movie would tell a story about Ash meeting his father? No. The reason I know it's not because they already did an episode talking about Ash's dad, and his dad didn't meet up with Ash. We didn't get any details there. But yeah, Ash is, like, I kept up with Ash's journey for 24 years, just about. Yeah, I want to say 24 years. I've been keeping up with Ash's journey for 24 years. That is like a third, like 2/3 of my life. Following the adventures of a really bad Pokemon trainer. And now it's just like, seeing him leave, it's so odd. It's like, even though I didn't keep up with the Pokemon anime, it always felt comforting knowing that Ash was still there. It's like, it'd be like if when The Simpsons finally gets canceled. It's oddly reassuring that there are some things that are always constant. It always felt like no matter what, we would still have certain things in life. We still have Star Trek. We still have Star Wars. We still had The Simpsons running on TV. We still have Batman. And we always had Ash traveling through the Pokemon world. And now he's going to be heading out. It's not about saying I'm old. It feels like life is changing. The day The Simpsons ends will be one of the biggest events in television history. Exactly. This is one of those moments. Ash traveling in the Pokemon anime has been a constant for over 24 years. It just feels so strange. You never thought the day would ever come that they would leave. It just feels like we're entering a new era. I will admit, I'm not really a big fan of change. Like, I'm more than happy staying the same. But it is good to be able to grow and see what new opportunities life brings. So I'm always looking to the future, always hoping that things will be better. You never thought they were going to retire Ash? It's astounding that they're going through with it. Exactly. It's just mind-blowing. I just didn't think they would actually pull the trigger. I had a feeling that they were going to let Ash finally become world champion. I just didn't think they would actually end it there. It's a weird thought. And all Ash needed the whole time was to go to school. You know, that's actually exactly what I thought was going to happen after the Journeys anime. I thought Ash was going to go to Paldea and go to school. I thought Ash was finally going to be like, well, I'm world champion now. Maybe I should go back into school and learn how to write. Because that boy is so uneducated for being a 10-year-old that has learned nothing. But yeah, can't wait to see where the future takes us. I really want to see what the new Pokemon anime is going to be like. Your friend has a theory about the new Protag being Ash and Sarita's offspring. Everyone thinks that. It does. I don't think so. I think they're just going to be entirely new protagonists. Once you reach Summit, where do you go from there? You keep on fighting. You maintain that title. There's a reason why there's a mode called Title Defense and Punch-Out, I guess. That being said, though, yeah, that's my thoughts about the whole Ash situation. Can't wait to see the future. Ash was the person who thought the word envy was a Pokemon? It wasn't envy. I think it was therapy. We need to give your Bulbasaur therapy. Therapy? Is that a new Pokemon? You ready for a Pokemon Day? I'm not. I'll be real, as much as I love Pokemon, I don't know what they're going to announce on Pokemon Day. Mostly because, like, I don't really care what they announce on Pokemon Day. More often than not, it's usually, oh, it's DLC for the new game. Oh, it's the new Pokemon game. Yo, Zachman, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Give me a quick sec, guys. I'll be right back. But yeah, moving on from that, let's see.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I'm actually a deep-voiced woman. Now, back to our show.
2 out of 3 so far. Will I be lucky for the third?
No such luck, Wolf, but thank you for the important broadcast. But yeah, I already went over movies, went over anime. I can't really say much for video games, unfortunately. I know a lot of people want to talk about Hi-Fi Rush. I mentioned before, but I don't really do a lot of video gaming off stream. Like, the most I actually do is prepare a few games on stream to try and get it ready for you guys. Play some live service games like Splatoon 3. But aside from that, I don't really play much single-player games on my own off-stream, unfortunately. Mostly because, like, I always think to myself, oh, man, I think if I stream this on stream, everyone's going to have fun with it. But I really think that Hi-Fi Rush looks a lot of fun. I wish it'd be something that'd be interesting to stream for me, but unfortunately, I think that there's a lot of copyrighted music in that game, so I don't know if it's actually VOD safe in order to be able to stream it. Unless there's like a streamer mode, which is something I really appreciate, but also am completely baffled by. Like, if you're going to make a game that has a streamer mode so it doesn't have any copyrighted music, why is it that they have copyrighted music in there to begin with? There is a streamer mode for Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, good to know. We learned this summer that Dicey Dungeons evidently wasn't. What wasn't for what? Alright, that's good to know. Or worse, streamer mode just cuts out the music. Oh my god, I've heard some really bad streamer modes that do that. Like in Life is Strange. Yeah, exactly. I think that was the exact game I was thinking of. But yeah, I guess I can probably talk a little bit about the games that I'm currently, I've been going through lately on stream. I've been really enjoying Fire Emblem Engage, not gonna lie, guys. Even though I didn't play too far into the game yet, I feel like this game does not take itself seriously at all. I feel like a lot of it is written extremely tongue-in-cheek and is written extremely overwrought on purpose. You had your VOD muted from Dicey Dungeons music? Are you serious? That's so weird. It's weird because, like, I know a lot of people actually streamed Dicey Dungeon and they never actually said anything about being VOD muted. Getting some lunch? Enjoy that lunch rating. But yeah, I've been really enjoying Fire Emblem Engage, and I feel like the writing does not take itself seriously. Because, like, I know a lot of the writers, according to Burmsai anyway, because I believe Burmsai was checked with certain people, and apparently from reviewing the credits, the writers are the Fire Emblem Fates writers. And I'm wondering to myself if they purposely wrote the game super overwrought and ridiculous because of how badly their writing turned out in Fire Emblem Fates. Like, I think they just decided to embrace the ridiculous nature of Fire Emblem and went whole hard hammy with the game. They got the Fates people in Engage? Yes, they did, which is really funny to me. I would have thought that they'd gotten the Three Houses people, but I think it's actually implied that the Three Houses people is working on another Fire Emblem game at the moment. You didn't care much for Fates? Honestly, Engage is not like Fates, in my opinion. Like, there's a lot of Fates elements, like, oh, there's a royal person with 2 retainers. But aside from that, though, it doesn't really it doesn't play like Fates. It doesn't really have, I guess it maybe has Fates writing, but it's a lot more tongue-in-cheek. I think it does not take itself nearly as seriously as Fates did. And I think it's freaking hilarious because of that. Like, I know a lot of support conversations are completely over the top and ridiculous. Like, I still am cracking up about the fact that Alfred and Etienne both have teacups that are actually giant weights. Or teacup-shaped weights. And that is amazing to me. I love that Alfred and his retainers are just a bunch of meatheads. Maybe the Three House people are working on a reboot camp. Why? Why would they be working on reboot camp? Reboot camp has been done for years now. It was also done by Way Forward. The only reason reboot camp hasn't been released yet is because of, well, political climate stuff that we will not go into. Wait till he comes out. Is that possible? That's what I'm saying! I feel like Fire Emblem Engage is going full on ridiculous, and I love it. But yeah, Reboot Camp, I think, is going to be coming out very soon. I don't think the Three Houses people at all are working on it. I think they're working on the... this is rumor speculation, so... A lot of people think that we're going to be getting a Fire Emblem 4 remake, aka Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War remade. And I think a lot of people believe that the Three Houses people are actually working on that. Which I'm actually really curious about because, like, I was actually having this conversation with Bermsai. If we do end up getting a Genealogy of the Holy War remake, we're probably going to be getting a Thracia remake after that, and then Roy's remake after that, which is a little annoying speaking as a Western audience, because that means we're never going to get a Fire Emblem 3 release in America, because Fire Emblem 3 is Mystery of the Emblem, and that got a remake on Nintendo DS way back in like 2010. And unfortunately, that never got localized in the West. That's a Japan exclusive game. I mean, there are fan translations of that game, and apparently the game's really good. We just sadly never got it. And that's where my unit thing debuted. Technically, it debuted on the original. No, there was a Mark. Who was Mark? Mark was in Fire Emblem GBA, so technically that it debuted there. Give me a sec, guys. Thanks for a reminder, Nightbot. Fun fact, there's like 3 Fire Emblem teams based on interviews with the Shadow of Valencia team. Shadow of Valencia's team was basically pulled the scraps together of the Awakening and Fates teams, while another team started work on 3 houses while Fates development was winding down. Interesting. I'm not terribly surprised about that, considering they have to keep on putting out Fire Emblem games, but at the same time, how much of Intelligent Systems is dedicated to Paper Mario, and how many of them are dedicated to WarioWare? Because Intelligent Systems actually has a lot of responsibility doing multiple Nintendo games. Nintendo series, that is to say. That's how we got Shadow of Valencia so soon after Fates. Mm-hmm. I really hope we don't get a... Oh my god. Actually, I have a question. If anybody actually knows the answer to this, does anybody know if the Fire Emblem 3 Houses team actually went on to make 3 Hopes? Because if that's the case, that might be... They might just be winding down after 3 Hopes. WarioWare wasn't always Intelligent Systems. That team either went defunct or is partnering with IS. Are you sure about that? I could have sworn the original WarioWare was always Intelligent Systems. You know what? I'm actually curious about that. Let me go Google. Okay, the original WarioWare was made by Nintendo, but wait a second. Where's the GameCube version? All I'm getting is the Game Boy Advance version of... Oh, Mega Party Games. There we go. Okay, so it's weird. Okay, here's a weird thing. The original WarioWare on GBA was made by Nintendo, but the GameCube version of WarioWare's first game was made by a collaboration between Intelligent Systems and Nintendo. And ever since then, it's been nothing but Intelligent Systems plus semi-Nintendo. I think that might just be... Okay, I think that might be that the Nintendo people were overseeing Intelligent Systems developing it. Yeah, I think the credit for Nintendo is actually overseeing it rather than developing it. I think Intelligent Systems was actually the developer. Game of Wario is born from the 64DD team, if memory serves. Really? Actually, was the Nintendo 64 disc drive ever released, or was that only a limited release in Japan? I always forget the actual release status on that thing. I think it actually released because, if I recall correctly, it had an updated re-release for... Well, not re-release, but had an updated thing for F-Zero X where they added a whole bunch of new tracks. It was a very limited release in Japan. Okay. I always forget about the release status on that thing. Mostly because Nintendo always announces a whole bunch of accessories for their systems and never actually release them. Anybody remember the free the heart monitor for the Nintendo Wii U? Not Wii U, Nintendo Wii. Intelligent Systems is always second party. I don't think it's officially a second party. I think Intelligent Systems is their own company. It's just that they always develop games for Nintendo. It's kind of like how Next Level Games was never owned by Nintendo, but they ended up being bought out by Nintendo, but Intelligent Systems is still independent for the most part. Technically, it is a separate, but they literally work in the Nintendo offices, so they might as well be second party. Forward and back, and you take one step forward. I think HAL Laboratories is its own separate company as well. God, this song. I know! It's so good, Flarga! Like, I first heard it from a Some Call Me Johnny video, and I was like, what the hell is this song? It's so goofy. And then I found out it was a Final Fantasy 14 song. HAL is separate, and the Kirby IP is managed like Pokemon by a separate company named Warpstar. Okay, but I believe Kirby is still a property of Nintendo at the very least. It's a good song, but after hearing this, after doing the fight so much, I feel that, Flarg. HAL is also its own company, but they pretty much do nothing but Nintendo stuff. sans part-time UFO. I mean, to be fair, part-time UFO ended up ending up on Nintendo systems anyway. Kirby is a property of Nintendo due to a deal Iwata made with Nintendo when the first game released. I'll say this. I kind of want to play Final Fantasy 14. I just... One, I'm poor. And two, I don't have time for it. I am way too busy, as mentioned before, so unfortunately it's not doable at the present time. But let's see now. Kirby wasn't going to be a GBA game, but initial shipment wasn't meeting expectations. Someone from Nintendo basically said, hey, I bet if you made this a GBA exclusive, you can get a better investment on initial shipments. Yeah, that's actually really cool. You know what? I am not surprised that you would know more about Kirby history than I would, KV. Yo, obviously such great things about Final Fantasy 14, but if you can't get your attention span onto the games you already bought, then you doubt you can focus on an MMO. No, I completely agree. Like, okay, see, my problem with MMOs isn't necessarily them as games. My issue is I am someone who insists on completing games, as y'all have noticed by now. I can't complete an MMO. That will take too long, like years. So yeah, I'm better off just doing my single player games. Hell, it's already amazing that I was even able to complete freaking Smash Ultimate. More often than not, you are not able to complete multiplayer games. I'll say this. I was able to complete Splatoon 1 and 2. I got the highest rank in both of those games. But I have accepted that I cannot complete Splatoon 3 because some of the requirements in order to unlock all the badges in that game require you to do the most insane shenanigery. It wants me to be one of the top 100 best players in the world. I am not going to be able to become a top 100 player. I cannot complete this game, and that aggravates me to no bounds. So I ended up deciding, you know what? I'll just complete all of story mode, which I did on stream, and collect all the clothing. That's all I'm going to do to try to complete Splatoon 3. That being said, though, I did end up getting X rank and everything, so you know what? That works. If Monster Hunter is dangerous for you, then a MMO is a mission destined to fail. Oh god, I will never do Monster Hunter on stream. Not for a lack of interest. Don't get me wrong. I think Monster Hunter is interesting. I never really played a whole bunch of it, but it's fun. But like, I know how much effort it would take to try to complete on stream, and I am not going to go for that. And don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people who love Final Fantasy 14. All the power to them. I know Flogger has been trying to get me into Final Fantasy 14. I just don't think I'm the right gamer for it. From what you played of Monster Hunter, it's much better with friends. That too. Amongst other games. I mean, you did gift me Yakuza. I don't know. Like I said, it's mostly a time issue for me. I feel like I would actually like Yakuza as a game. I just am busy a lot of the time. That's... Oh, God. Completing Yakuza. That's not going to be fun either. But yeah, I actually really wanted to talk about, I didn't say it for this stream, but I really wanted to talk about Pokemon, like the game series. Mostly because, for this podcast, I was thinking about talking about Pokemon Scarlet and how I feel about the future of Pokemon. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were such a mixed bag for me by the end of that series. I know a lot of people stuck by me during that series, and I really do appreciate it. But, oh man, every time I think back about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I always think about so many amazing moments. Despite you, Nick, and Maniacal telling me don't, I know. There are so many moments in Scarlet and Violet that I would honestly say will stick with me for a long time. I was actually talking with some friends, talking about some of our favorite characters and how we would rank them amongst other Pokemon characters. I actually determined for myself that Nemona might actually be my second favorite champion character in all of Pokemon. Cynthia is still my favorite Pokemon champion, but Nemona really grew on me massively as a character because of how much she reminded me of myself. Is it because of her backstory? Yeah, she reminded me of me. And I was like, man, I really love the world of Pokemon and what brand new ideas and unique stories that they bring to Pokemon nowadays. I feel like Pokemon is getting more creative with its world and characters and has huge aspirations. It just really, really sucks that Game Freak are really bad at game programming. Like, oh my god, I think they might be some of the worst game programmers in all of AAA media. They have so many amazing ideas, but they do not know how to program games to save their lives. There are all kinds of glitches and malfunctions all the time. And this isn't even a new thing either. They've been really bad at it since like Generation 1. Red and Blue has always been a colossal mess of a game. And that's not even getting into the weird development issues they got into Gold and Silver. Iwata had to step in and be all like, all right, let me show you how it's done. And then was able to somehow compress the entirety of Gold and Silver to half its size and then add in all of Kanto into it. It's still ridiculous. You don't want a bigger team. I like being a tight-knit family and you get the other companies assist them, but the direction they lead is not good. This is actually kind of why I'm hoping Masuda being kicked up to the Pokemon Company instead of being part of Game Freak now will actually allow them to hire more people that actually know what they're doing. I'm really hoping that Game Freak expands their company so they're not the size of a small indie company. Because if I recall correctly, the number of workers they have there is like 200, maybe even less. And that's incredibly tiny from what I hear. Like, I don't do big game development, but everyone that tells me about it always seems to act like that's a very small size for game development at their level. They basically need to let go of the original reason Game Freak formed, and you get their sentimental value to that. But it's not how to make games these days that make the money they're making. Here's the thing. No matter what, people are going to buy Pokemon games. Let's be honest about this. We all know it. I'm guilty of it. We bought Pokemon games even though we don't want to support their business practices. People are going to buy Pokemon games no matter what. They might not going to be happy about it, but they're still going to buy it. Because, you know, Pokemon has kind of transcended video games. It's not even about kids. It's not even about the kids. Some people are just Pokemon families. Sometimes people don't even play video games. They play Pokemon. That's all they do. Pokemon has transcended being video games. Pokemon is an entertainment lifestyle. When you're a Pokemon fan, you're not a video game fan. You're just a fan of Pokemon. People exclusively only buy Pokemon games. When people buy Nintendo systems, they buy it to be Pokemon machines. Pokemon is practically self-aware at this point, correct? If I'm being honest, if Game Freak expands means more Nintendo games are published for other platforms, you all for it? Hell, you want to give Tembo the Badass Elephant a shot? I kind of want to give Pulseman a shot myself, personally speaking. And we're starting to see all the cracks from a form of that because of capitalism. It's unfortunate. Because looking at Pokemon, like, this is pure speculation. To be clear, everything I'm about to say right now is pure speculation. Do not take my word as fact. From conversations I've had with Burmsai and other friends, it feels like Game Freak doesn't like developing Pokemon games. It feels like they really want, like, they have grand ideas of what they want to do with Pokemon games, but because of the tight leash that the Pokemon company has on Game Freak, they are not able to develop other games that they want to do. They are forced to develop Pokemon games, and they're also forced to do it in a tight, limited time span. Pokemon games have to release every single year, because otherwise the Pokemon brand is not able to put out new plushies for you, is not able to put out new merchandise, and that's where all the money is. All the money is all in the merchandise. Starting to see how they really want to do other stuff, but the problem is that the projects that get greenlit are a mixed bag. Little Town Hero sucked, though. Yeah, I heard. It wasn't over Dexit, the game just sucked. Yeah. I feel like Game Freak has a lot of ideas of what they want to do, whether it be for better or for worse. Harmonite back in 2013 was excellent. Exactly. There's a lot of stuff that they want to do, but for the most part, they're forced to do Pokemon games. I personally agree with Burmsai that we think that they should either, one, grow the number of people working at Game Freak so that they can have multiple teams in order to work on multiple different Pokemon games, and that isn't to say they don't already have existing teams, or they license out Pokemon to other companies to develop for them, which is what they did with Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. But I feel like the Pokemon company really limited their abilities to actually develop the game, and that's why those games ended up being way too faithful games. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl here's the thing. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl weren't panned, they were mediocre. And that's ultimately the biggest issue with them. They were just so meh. Bring back Genius Sonority? Yeah, I think they actually went defunct, which is a real shame. I know they developed the Stadium games, they developed Coliseum and XD. They unfortunately made Battle Dimension, which was completely worthless, except as a 3D, except for a 3D battle simulator. They're still around. Oh, are they? That's cool. You thought the Stadium games were someone else? No, I'm pretty sure they're still Genius Sonority, weren't they? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I love the Pokemon series so much. I mentioned it before. I'm very passionate about them. I feel like there's a lot of brilliant ideas in so many new Pokemon games. They just aren't fully realized because of the incompetence of Game Freak. It's so sad. Like, the way I look at Game Freak, I see them as someone with high aspirations, with huge wants for wanting to achieve so much. And they just bumble it. And it just reminds me of me. It really reminds me of me. I bumble everything too. Stadium 2 was just Nintendo internal. Really? That explains a lot. Oh, Stadium was HAL. Okay, I stand corrected. You know, Iwata helped with that and migrated battle code from memory, further proving his badassery as a programmer. Guys, we really lost Iwata as a programmer. Jeez. You know, even after Iwata left HAL, he still went back and helped develop games. He still helped make Melee. It's insanity how incredible Iwata was. Even if the Wii U wasn't doing great, Iwata was still being like, I got this. I want to say it's actually really interesting. Even though the Wii U was some of the worst years for Nintendo, I honestly would say during the Wii U was some of the most fun I had as a Nintendo fan. Because during that time, Iwata and Nintendo were struggling. I'm not saying I enjoy seeing Nintendo struggle, but it was such an interesting time seeing not Pokemon, like Nintendo, and trying to figure out what they needed to do to make the Wii U succeed. They kept on putting out really good games. A lot of it was a lot of really fun announcements. It was a very experimental time for Nintendo. And experimental Nintendo is a lot of fun. As much as I love the Switch, I feel like the Switch is going through a weird period where they don't know what they're doing at the moment. Tropical Freeze? I freaking love Tropical Freeze, and I'm upset that we haven't got a new DK game. I went over this during Donkey Kong Country, but man, I need a new DKC game in my life right about now. It was also during the time where they brought back a bunch of old franchises that we haven't seen in a long time. They brought back Pikmin. They brought back Donkey Kong. It was a good time, honestly. And they're kind of doing that again with Nintendo Switch. But I feel like it's about, like, don't get me wrong, I love my Switch. I kind of feel like we should move on to the next Nintendo system already. The Switch is kind of showing its age now after 6 years of usage. And I would really appreciate it if I got a more powerful Switch right about now. Like, I know it's a meme to ask for a Switch Pro, but God, I really wish we had a Switch Pro right about now. Just so we can have some games that doesn't have to sacrifice so much fidelity in order to run. The problem is the Switch, despite its power, is still outselling PS5 and the Xbox. True. I can't hear you over the money printer. If I depend on the amount of polish a game has, it's so... Here's the thing. I feel like a lot of current gen games for the Switch were actually planned for a Switch Pro at one point. I feel like a lot of games just aren't running nearly as well as they're supposed to be running because we were anticipating a Switch Pro to be a lot more powerful. Well, not more powerful, but like not a lot more powerful, but at least more powerful than what they currently have. But when the plans for the Switch Pro fell through, a lot of the developers had to scramble to make them function on the current Switch. Which is why a lot of games that are coming out aren't running as well as they should. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Excuse me.
Hey everyone, and thank you so much for watching this video.
I'm being pessimistic, but you're wondering if the problem is the ARM chip they use. There's probably a new chip on the way from NVIDIA, but it put them in an awkward place compared to the rest of the consoles. Yeah, I think that's actually the case. I feel like technology is just progressing way too quickly. I feel like... But yeah, as I was saying, I feel like there was a lot of games that were being made for the Nintendo Switch Pro, but because the plans fell through due to COVID and crypto, amongst other various stuff, it resulted in the Switch Pro just not being developed, unfortunately. Which is why we ended up getting the Nintendo Switch OLED. I 100% believe the OLED was going to be the successor to the Nintendo Switch as the Switch Pro. Because the time frame lines up. A lot of the games that are coming out right now that are suffering in some shape or fashion because it's not on the Switch Pro is because of the lack of power. Like, a big example for me that comes to mind immediately is Kirby Forgotten Land. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. That game kind of chugs at certain points in the background because there's a lot of stuff going on and a lot of the frame rate has to be dropped massively even when you're standing fairly close to something. Kirby is always 30 FPS. Star Allies had that too? Yes, that is true, but I feel like it's even worse in Forgotten Land. At the very least, in Star Allies, everything ran at the same frame rate. In Forgotten Land, wait, did I say Star Allies? Forgotten Land. In Star Allies, everything ran at the same frame rate. In Forgotten Land, there's dynamic frame rate between Kirby and everything around him. Another example for me is Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3, from what I've heard, does not run too well as well. No, KV, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying frame rate issues as in the entire game has frame rate issues. I'm talking about specifically different frame rate between the same thing. I mean, different things. Like, Kirby himself would run at 30, everything else would run at, like, 15. You're misunderstanding what I mean. But yeah, But yeah, I also heard that Bayonetta 3 doesn't run too hot. Fire Emblem Engage, I haven't really seen all that much, but you know, that I chalk that up to Gus being really good at being able to develop for Switch more than anything. At the moment, I don't know when they're going to be releasing a brand new Switch. Because I feel like that is something that they're going to do. I don't think they're going to try to make a new system that would separate the handhelds and home systems again. I think they realized that would actually kill their consoles. Gus help with Engage? Gus developed Engage. Oh, it was a rumor? Oh, sorry. I thought that was actually confirmed. I stand corrected. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to spread misinformation. So who actually did develop Engage then? Mostly internal intelligence systems. Oh, all right. Well, I stand corrected. Well, good job, Intelligent Systems. You made a decent looking game. But yeah, I feel like Nintendo is not going to try to separate the handheld and home console market again. Because I feel like that's going to make both systems suffer. Mostly because how much mobile gaming has the casual market. I don't think a dedicated handheld is going to do nearly as well in today's environment. So I do believe it will be a Switch successor, but to what extent, I don't know. What I personally would love to see, I would love it if they were able to make a DS version of the Switch. Can you imagine if they made a portable DS version of the Switch where you can dock it and play a home console game, but you are able to have multi-screen gaming? I personally think that is what they're going to try to go for. Which would also allow for them to be able to emulate DS games. Because at the present moment, I don't know if the Switch would be able to emulate DS very well. You're kind of done with multi-screen gaming? Here's the thing. Nintendo always works on experimentation at the end of the day. And yeah, Japan also loves handhelds, and Nintendo probably won't go back to a dedicated home console after the success of the Switch. Correct. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And Nintendo always is striving to try to create new experimental ways of gaming. I feel like the DS has crossed over into the realm of, I don't like using this word to describe the DS, but it's been well over 15 years. Retro gaming. I feel like DS has crossed over into retro gaming, and if they want to capitalize on that, they might want to go multi-screen with it. Like, I imagine it's going to, like, the way I personally imagine the Switch successor being like, I see it kind of functioning similarly to the original DS, wherein the screen folds on top of itself, but the Joy-Con are detachable. So like, it's going to be, so the main system itself is just going to be the two screens, and then you attach it from the sides. I feel like that will probably be the original successor to the Switch, but that's pure theory crafting on my part. You feel like the Wii U was trying to be a home console DS and that didn't work very well. Yeah, here's the thing. they didn't do it the way they try to treat the gamepad as a second screen like a DS. The problem was that they were also trying to combine that with a TV, because the problem is that a DS has the two screens very close together. Okay. Here's the thing. You guys are assuming that the issue was having two screens. That's not the problem. The problem was that the screens were not next to each other. The reason why the DS and 3DS were able to work so well was because the screens were very close to each other, so you can very easily look at them at the same time, so that the eyes were always drawn to the two screens, so you can easily glance between them at a glance. The problem with the Wii U, I wouldn't even say a problem. I wouldn't even want to say the Wii U design was a problem. The issue with the gamepad, in my opinion, was the actual video games that were developed for it. A lot of what they were trying to do with the Wii U, they were developing it under the assumption that it was going to work like DS, but that's not how it works, because the problem is that requires you to hold up the gamepad, a rather heavy controller, the entire time so that your eyes can look at both screens at the same time. That is too dexterously, and that is too much stamina and dexterity for a player to do at all times. Exactly. The DS and 3DS were more like a long screen rather than two screens with how close they are. Exactly. So, because of the fact that the gamepad was so heavy, more often than not, you have to move your head up and down in order to see that. In order to see both screens. And that was the failure of the Wii U. Because, well, not the failure of the Wii U, but like from a design standpoint. They were designing games under the assumption it was going to work like DS, when they should really have been designing the Wii U for its unique ability of having a portable screen. They should have designed it in such a way that for multiplayer gaming, in order for you to look at the second screen away from the main TV screen, that was what the real strength of the Wii U was. Being able to play multiplayer on different screens. The problem was they didn't develop games for that. They had it initially with like Game & Wario and Nintendo Land, but they never followed through. Nintendo Land saw some of the best use of the tablet screen on the console. I completely agree with you, Sagami. I feel like if they were to return to the DS style, wherein the second screen on a Switch would work so much better because of the fact that they are attached to the system itself. But I think the way they would develop it is that the game would be able to run with two screens in handheld form, but would be able to function perfectly well with one screen if they were to dock it. Yeah, not sure if the next console's handheld have to have two screens. A lot of DS games picked one screen and never made use the other one outside maybe a map or something like that that wasn't interactive. I feel that. I feel like that's, however, is more so chalked up to more hardcore gaming experiences. Because if you think about the DS games that sell the best-selling DS games usually were the casual games that did make use of that second screen though. That confuses you because then it just means people pick one screen to develop for and neglect the other if you dock it and becomes a one screen? Like I said, it's... At the end of the day, let's think about this here for a moment here. a lot of Nintendo's gimmicks for their systems are almost exclusively used by Nintendo themselves. Let's be honest here. How many of us actually use Joy-Cons the way they intended the Joy-Cons to be used? They don't actually do, like... They wanted to use Joy-Cons for like, oh yeah, the infrared. How many people actually use the infrared on the Joy-Cons? Not many. How many people actually use the HD rumble on the Joy-Cons? Not many. How many people use the fact that two Joy-Cons can be two separate controllers at the same time? Not many. At the end of the day, Nintendo develops gimmicks for themselves. Whether or not anybody else uses it is another story.
Thank you!
The month of love for a 3-month anniversary. Such a lovely gift for Choose. Present.
Mimi, thank you so much for 3 months resub. I really appreciate it. Remember the Senran Kagura guy and how he used Joy-Cons? Okay, to be fair on that one, that was hilarious. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, more often than not, Nintendo, when they develop their gimmicks, it's mostly used by them. Any third parties, they just develop games for. It's like, okay, there you go. It's just Rumble by most devs? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The only people who actually make use of the HD Rumble is Nintendo. But then you cross over to the Hori side. I use the Pro controllers myself. Like, I never use my Joy-Con. The only time I ever use my Joy-Con anymore is whenever I'm doing Ring Fit. At the end of the day, when I talk about the gimmicks of what I think they're going to do for the Nintendo system, it's entirely under the assumption that only Nintendo's going to make use of it. You feel like HD Rumble is a secondary gimmick to a docking function for a Switch, to be honest, and that worked out well because devs had to do basically nothing to support it. I just mean that, like, the most successful aspect of the Switch is the fact that it is a handheld system that can be transitioned into a docked home console system so easily. But if they were to... But I feel like with the addition of a second screen, they will be allowed to do more interesting stuff with the system in handheld form, because I know a lot of... the most people that I personally associate with play docked, but I know a lot of people rather play Switch in handheld form. So why not cater to those people a little bit by offering a second screen that can offer them to do more unique things with it? And that is something they actually did plan for. Remember that they actually had plans? Excuse me. Remember they had plans for the ability for multiple Switch consoles being able to connect with each other in such a way that a game uses multiple Switch screens at the same time? That is something that they originally wanted to do, but they never actually did anything with. I think that was something that you can do in Super Mario Party, but that's about the only game off the top of my head that made use of multiple Switch consoles in that way. How would you make the double screen stuff work when docked? Yes, Nintendo will be the only ones to use it, but when they want to take my Switch out of docking and would play it, that'd be annoying. Here's the thing. The way I look at it is they would design it for both home system and handheld use. It's kind of like how certain games require that usually allows you to use touchscreen can be done with button pushes. There's the option to have it play in handheld versus just playing it on docked and just having it be button prompts. The way I imagine it being, it will just be a home console that has secondary multi-screen options when you undock it in handheld. The docking feature is what made you want to get a Switch. You want a hybrid gaming device for years, and now the Steam Deck is just an HDMI connect cable away. Oh no, absolutely. Like, the Steam Deck entirely was made in inspiration from the Switch. So that's why I feel like Nintendo would try to come up with something more clever, that, like, quote unquote more clever, by adding in multi-screen options. It's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna say this. Another reason why I feel like multi-screen is going to be a thing. A lot of people nowadays are starting to get computers with multiple computer monitors. I'm gonna say this. I cannot imagine using my computer now with less than 2 monitors. If they can somehow transition that into their handheld systems, I think that would actually revolutionize a few things. What if I could just sync your cell phone to the system via touchscreen for the console? That's also not a bad idea either. That would be really interesting, but I feel like they would have to justify a new system otherwise. Because honestly, the hardest part nowadays is trying to convince existing console owners to move on to the next system. Like, for instance, I know a lot of people have bought PS5s, but man, I have not found a good reason to transition into a PS5 from my PS4. There are basically no exclusive games on there aside from like Ratchet and Clank that I want for it. So they have to figure out very good reasons for why they'd want to get a new Switch at launch. Once you get more than one monitor, you can't go back. Exactly, Rainding. I feel like if we were to go multi-monitor with the new Switch, multi-screen with the new Switch, they would actually do some interesting stuff with it. KV, I feel like that's unfair because that feels like, well, except for me kind of arguments. I'm thinking about like grand scheme, a number of people, and most people I know do, whenever they do work, does involve multiple screen monitors. You use 4 monitors on your PC, and 2 of them are actual monitors, 2 of them are TVs, 1 of them being a 4K TV. That too. A local co-op game, but both players get their own screen. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like a detachable screen for that would actually work out a lot. Again, KV, that's what I'm saying though. The issue, the problem with your the issue with your argument I'm having is that a lot of it is your own specific group of people. Like, the way I'm looking at it is like from the most number of people that has computer setups. All jobs that have supplied a work PC in the last decade has given you 2 screens. Technology is progressing to the point that multi-monitor is the way a lot of the future is going to become. In order to multitask harder. A lot of it is mostly advancement of technology, to be perfectly honest. Like, back in my day, Like, back in the day, I could never imagine having more than one monitor. Nowadays, I'm planning for having multiple monitors, and that's not even because of streaming purposes. I just feel like having multiple monitors would help me out in various everyday tasks, just like hanging out with people. Like, I know people who don't have jobs. I know people who have retired that don't even work jobs anymore that have like 5 monitors. A lot of technology is advancing towards multi-screen aspects, and it also is really being increasingly clear. A lot of people really like streaming too. And a lot of streaming does require multiple TVs, multiple monitors, etc., etc. LCD tech is just so comparatively cheap now. Doesn't have to be gaming monitors or anything like that. It's easy to get people supplied with more than one monitor today. Exactly. A lot of monitors are ridiculously cheap nowadays, and every single system can run it. It's not really a matter of people being able to afford it. It's whether or not people choose to upgrade. You want to get more monitors, but you still need either a new video card or a splitter that gives you more display ports? Exactly. A lot of technology is progressing to a point that a lot of things are allowing for this kind of stuff. Like, I was so, like, while I was doing a lot of research with my buddy Burmsai for my new computer, I was actually surprised how much of an upgrade the past 10 years has been in comparison to my computer. My computer, back when I first, my current computer, back when I first got it made, it was super advanced. It was super capable of doing multiple kind of things that I didn't think I could be able to do today. After seeing the specs on the new computer that I'm aiming on getting, I can probably attach multiple capture cards and capture multiple game systems and have it running at the same time while streaming. If you're using for just simple display things, USB-based HDMI output is pretty easy to get running. Just another monitor up and going. And that's not even getting into the fact that there's also new cables that we're using nowadays. HDMI is slowly getting phased out too. But I will freely admit a lot of this is theory crafting by me. At the end of the day, what Nintendo needs more than anything right now is a more powerful system. The Switch isn't going to be cutting it for much longer. I think we're probably going to be seeing a new Switch new system fairly soon. I don't know if we're going to see one this year. Probably next year, though. I don't know. I don't think the Switch is going to last much longer at this rate, to be perfectly honest. I feel like it'd be really sad, but I feel like the last game for the Switch might actually be Metroid Prime 4 with how slow it is getting developed. Sometimes feel like console generations are too short. It depends. I felt that before Lindea, but after taking a step back, I kind of noticed 6 years is a long freaking time. Hell, it's not even 6 years. It's closer to 7 years at this point. No, just be a dance game. Oh no, Oh my god. Can you imagine a Metroid dance game? I'd be down for that. Let me dance at Zero Suit Samus. The Switch has spoiled you. There's barely anything on PS5 that you want that's been out for over 2 years. Honestly, that's more on Sony. Sony doesn't really put out any exclusives on that thing. They rarely release games on it. And when they do, it's usually a massive freaking game, but it takes a long time. You're still not ready for next consoles, especially since they announced a new Nintendo console. Smash Bros. Discourse will start again. Just don't browse into it, Sagami. That's what I do. I just hang around people I like. You got a lot of use of your PS4 Pro if you had that since October 2021. Oh yeah, the PS4 has plenty of games that you can play. Like, I'll say this. I got my PS4 back in... Oh. When did I get my PS4? That's a good question. Hang on, let me actually check. $2018, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like I got my PS4 in 2018. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I barely touched my PS4. I think the only games I actually played on it was my Persona 5 and Kingdom Hearts 3. You were talking about the Just Dance? Okay, never mind. That being said, though, I'd still be down for a Metroid dance game. Screw it. Metroid Prime is now a dance game. But yeah, the PS4 had a lot of good games on it. I haven't really touched it all that much, but I do own a lot of the major titles on it. Like I said, there's just like no reason for me to go for a PS5 at the moment. I know for a fact that I'm going to pick up the next Nintendo system without a doubt. I mean, y'all know me. I do love me some Nintendo systems, and of course I'm going to be streaming all their new games, but, you know. Hydrate fine, sheesh. But yeah, I feel like the Switch Pro, if we actually do get one, hello.
Everyone do the Samus Shuffle and the Ridley Rock. We can have a Metroid dance game, darn it.
Thank you for the shopping, Wolf. Much appreciated. Gonna wait for a hardware revision that fixes the design flaw the PS5 has. I don't remember what the design flaw PS5 had. But yeah, that's, I feel like I do want a new Switch system, but I honestly fully see it as a Switch successor that will actually allow it to still play Switch games. I don't think they're going to transition away from cartridge-based gaming, mostly because apparently it's cheaper to develop for than having Blu-ray discs. Plus, it's also easier to store. Oh, right! If you have it set up vertically, right! I forgot about that! Yeah, they made it so that it actually can, like, damage the discs or something like that if it's set up vertically or something like that. Oh, what was the news that they announced recently about setting up the PS4 vertically? But yeah, I did read about that. Yeah, I kind of see the Switch successor going to be mostly ports of the, well, not ports, but like backwards compatible with the original Switch. So all the old Switch games are going to be playable on that and probably run better because of it. There was a report about the liquid metal cooling leaking in Vertigo, but I was proven false. Okay, never mind.
Thank you!
Daddy!
Intense screaming of gratitude.
Stop screaming! I already have enough intense screams of gratitude. Thank you for the 23 months. Have we seriously known each other for almost 2 years? I appreciate it, dude. How you doing, man? Scream louder? No! Time flies. It really does. Scream quieter then. It's gotta be at least 3 years at this point. Good lord. It doesn't feel like it. A lot of time. Can I just say, everyone? Okay. I want to be clear on something. Even though it seems like okay, so we're gonna go into real talk, the real talk portion of the podcast. I've been having major existential personality issues recently. I've been feeling like I've been turning more and more into an insensitive jerk to my friends and people I know. I don't know. It's strange because like before I used to be very self-conscious about talking to other people, wherein I was always afraid to say certain things because I was always afraid that I would say the wrong thing and upset people. And but as I've been getting better at streaming, I started getting more comfortable being able to talk about things, being able to express my opinions comfortably, being able to chat with friends comfortably, being able to chat with chat comfortably. But I'm starting to wonder if my personality is a little too abrasive sometimes, because I kind of let slip comments that I sometimes would never say before, because like I want to be able to be comfortable to be myself, don't get me wrong, but it gets to the point where I'm afraid that if I'm being too much myself, no one's going to like me. Worried about saying the wrong things? Not like you know anything about that? No, you're fine, Wolf. This is not a problem that I have a problem with anybody else with. It's a problem with me. Because I'm worried that I'm going to come off as an asshole to people. Like, one of the main concerns as a streamer, I find, is appearances. Yes, I know. You shouldn't worry about your appearances all the time. You shouldn't care about what other people think. But as a streamer, appearances is very important. Because streaming is my job. I gotta put on a good show for everyone. I always have to put on my best impression of myself in order to have everyone have fun, enjoy the streams. But because of that, a lot of it comes with imposter syndrome, where you wonder, am I really being myself? And if I were to be myself, would anybody even like me? That's how I feel a lot of times whenever I get my bits from you guys. Whenever I get my bits, whenever I get gift subs, whenever you guys subscribe, whenever you guys donate. It gives me massive anxiety because it feels like it feels like I always have to be at my best. Otherwise, I'm not going to be living up to what you guys want. And then you guys suddenly go like, wow, golly gee willikers. No Limit was not the kind of person I thought they were. Wow, I can't believe they said that. Man, I'm never going to get cheer bits or subscribe or anything to them ever again. And that gives me such massive anxiety. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to take your money exactly. I'm here to put on a show and, you know, if you guys want to throw money at me, it'd be appreciated. So I always get worried that I'm not living up to your guys' wants, you know? You have curt tendencies that you try to tile back on. You're afraid that you say the wrong things despite not meaning it. Exactly. I'm afraid of hurting people. Either emotionally or anything. Like, I'm worried that I'm gonna, like, I'm worried I'm gonna get canceled for getting ousted as an asshole. It's like, wow, Limit's actually secretly an asshole. I can't believe they tricked me into trying to give them money. And that is one of my biggest fears as a streamer. People do it because they want to for the sake of a dumb joke. Yeah. You have the fear of saying the wrong thing too? Yeah. Like, do you guys ever get that feeling where you feel like everything is okay, but then you let slip one innocuous comment that is okay at the time of saying it, but the more you think about it, the more you think, oh god, did that change someone's mind, the opinion of me? Do they think, oh wow, I never thought they would say something like that. Wow, that completely changed my view on them. Oh my god. My brain is a freaking mess of anxiety. I am always thinking, did what I say actually make people feel bad or changed how they see me? It is the worst. If you may quote from Die Hard 2, oh, I am an asshole. I'm just your kind of asshole. Exactly. It's stressful. Being a streamer is extremely stressful. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Being a streamer where you want to be able to make this into your job and make money for a living, you have to really, really focus on who you are as a person and try to present your best self. I have to hide a lot of my worst attributes from you guys because I don't think you guys want to see them. I'm gonna freely admit them to you right now, but normally it is something I am working all the time on to make sure I don't come off too bad. I have major anger issues. Like, I inherited this from my father. My father easily gets really mad at everything, and I kind of get easily frustrated and easily upset with people. And that is not good. I know for a lot of times I kind of blow up over very small things. And that is something I need to work on. I need to try to be better so I don't actually accidentally blow up at anyone in chat. I never wanted to get to the point where I start lashing out at chat and start blaming them for certain things. That is never something I ever want to do. Because I appreciate you guys. The fact that you guys are here watching the streams and enjoy and, you know, having a good time with me during my podcast. Hell, just lurking in chat. The fact that you guys are here means the world to me. Another issue I have is I am very petty. Okay, what I'm about to say is extremely petty, and I hope you guys understand that. I hope you guys don't take it too seriously. Whenever I disagree with someone on an opinion about a Nintendo game, I often think to myself, oh, hey, do you want to play Smash? And then if they give me, and they were talking smack about a game that I like that happens to feature a fighter from that game, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm gonna go pick this fighter and kick their ass with it. Oh, I am incredibly petty. So if that is one of my worst traits, not as bad as the anger issues, but that is definitely something I do. I'll be really petty too, but you taking the piss sort of intent. I do also try to. Don't need to worry about that because all you play is Aegis. True though. One of your biggest streaming pet peeves is a streamer getting mad at chat. Had that happen late last year and you hate it. I'm sorry to hear that, crazy dude. I never want to get... Okay, I will say this. The only time I've ever gotten angry with my chat is when you guys backseat me a little too much or spoiled the game. I feel like that's more justified in why I got upset with chat, but I never want to get mad at chat for, you know, opinions, you know. You definitely couldn't be a streamer putting yourself out there live recorded and able to be taken out of context. Oh god, being taken out of context is definitely one of my personal biggest fears, so I definitely feel that one, Wolf. You've had too many concerns about when to unmute your mic sometimes, but that's why you applaud those that can do it. I always try to show support to those that really put in a good stream. And I've been all... And I feel like you've been a positive force in that, Wolf. You've always been around for those who tried to do their best, and we've always been grateful for that. Thank you, Wolf. Sincerely. You've been in front of a camera, though, but I've been numb to stage fright. You'll be terrible at chat interactions. It's hard. I feel like it's a lot... It's easier as time went...
Expertly brewed, too.
Limit those are honest fears, but those fears are what will help to keep from making big mistakes. Although, if someone who has known you or watched for a while, then they shouldn't be offended by an off day or mood.
Captain Hat, what? Hat, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits and the kind words. It's... You... That hits... Your words hit so hard because I want to be real. It's because of those off days or off moods that make me so scared. Every time I see a new face like you or Rainding, Crazy Dude, or Wolf, I'm always afraid that you guys will come in on a day where I'm having an off day. It's like, well, what an asshole. Never want to watch you ever again. Or even worse, if they're kind of new, like not even like they're still regulars that they still drop by the stream. I'm worried that one day I have that off day and you guys think to yourselves that I'm not what you wanted. Those off days are my biggest fears as a streamer. It's so, like, one of the, like, speaking as a streamer who streams regularly, one of the hardest things to do is streaming consistently with the same attitude. Because, like, not every day I'm going to feel good. Not every day I'm going to be like, okay, everyone, time to continue with this playthrough with a bright attitude and happy-go-lucky experience. Some days, I just can't work up the energy. Some days I won't be able to stream because I can't get my attitude in the right way in order to properly stream for you guys. At least you have an attitude. You're mostly quiet during your gameplay. Trust me, that took years of practice. This is my 7th year streaming after all. Well, if it did happen, it was a game you weren't watching, Limit, I guess. Everyone. Annie, Kiki, Beanie, thank you for the love. It's important for viewers to remember that streamers are people and people aren't happy all the time. That is true, but it also messes with my own self-perception as well. I'm someone who has a lot of ideas when it comes to their streams. When it comes to streaming, I always want to create a welcome environment where everyone can express their opinions. Okay, I should be clear. Like, okay, I'm gonna say this right now. If KV is still here, I'm sorry, KV. I feel so bad about arguing with you about multi-screen gaming. Like, I'm gonna be real. The whole reason this conversation is happening right now is because I'm having anxiety about the conversation earlier with you. I'm worried that I came off too harsh. And I feel really bad about it. I hope you're not mad at me. But like, what I'm trying to say is, I'm someone who wants people to be able to freely express their opinions, be able to have civil discussions about it, and be intelligent. And we all are intelligent and mature people that we can talk about things with positive light. I want everyone to feel welcome in my streams. I want everyone to come away from my streams feeling, yeah, I had a good time. I had fun. I want to be able to let people to get away from worrying about the more difficulties of life, come away from a bad day feeling better. That's what I want for my streams. So that's why I'm always afraid breaking character. I'm afraid to break character for you guys because I never want you guys to feel bad. The only thing you can do that will keep you away from something is super, super extreme. Stuff you know that you never do. Thank you. You started your 6th year last month. Still feel like I have so much to learn when it comes to streaming. Streaming is, it's a lot of work. You're always trying to improve yourself because life is always changing. The industry is always changing. Streams are completely different from what they used to be. Back in the day, nobody would watch a stream unless you have the right game for them. Now people are able to watch people just casually chat like this. That's why you're here, because you find my streams relaxing? Again, I'm still baffled how you find that, considering how loud I am whenever I stream. But I'm glad that you feel that way, Pat. It means a lot. It really does. Why does Lina not have a belly button? Is she a clone? Who is the original Lina? Joke's on you. The real Lina is actually the Mithra plushie behind me. I transformed her into a plush. It's only finally getting some branding done because you want to get some business cards ready? Dude, go for it. I wish you luck in it. But yeah, it's just very concerning whenever I stream. I just worry that I always slip up. But I'm sure a lot of people feel that too. You know, something that I've learned the older I get, reasonable people don't actually judge you that hard. More often than not, a lot of it is self-created in your head on how people see you. So you're better off just like being yourself, hoping to be the best you that you can be, and just like go from there. If people like you, they'll come to you. I can see how it's hard. It's a hard edge being a streamer. Like, you want everyone to feel welcome to grow and build up, but it's difficult to please everyone. So realistically, there will be someone that doesn't every once in a while. That's why you try to remind you, hey, it's okay. I agree. It's bad to try to please everyone. At the end of the day, you should try to do what is best for you. But I always like to consider your guys' feelings. I never want to... I don't want to be that type of streamer that ignores their chat. I feel like there's a lot of times where I see someone who doesn't really interact with their chat and they might as well just be by themselves. I know certain people enjoy watching streams like that. Not for me. I like chat interaction. Like, if people don't like my streams, they are entitled to not like my streams. But I want to be able to... I always want to be able to at least make an effort to make sure people at least enjoy themselves as best I can. But Larry said life isn't about all about being true to yourself. Well, isn't all about being true to yourself. There's also other things that you can do. Sometimes you feel a little bad you can't contribute much to a conversation. Just gotta remember, sometimes it's enough to smile and nod. Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm able to talk for hours on end, but that doesn't mean you need to. You guys are allowed to, like, just vibe out. It's why so many streamers say lurkers are the lifeblood of the stream. Lurkers are what allow people to keep growing. Lurkers are allowed to just, like, vibe out, enjoy the stream. Like, even though I don't see you, I know you're there. Okay, this is really bad advice for a streamer. I'm gonna say this right now. I personally keep an eye out seeing how many viewers I have on my stream. So, like, even though you're not talking, I know you're there, and I'm always appreciative of it. So thank you, guys, for all you lurkers out there. This is to you. You've also watched way more VODs than I do lurkers. That's also fair, too. Like, there's a reason why I archive all my streams the way I do. Everyone can always revisit them. Yeah, shout out to the lurkers. Limit is always watching. Always watching, Wazowski. Hey, Elias, speaking of lurkers. Alright. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I think it's about time. Glad you knew what I was going for. Ha ha. Chat, you forgot to file your paperwork. Alright, so, I've kind of run out of topics to chat about for the main portion of the stream. That being said, though, this is something I really want to regularize for all the podcasts. So, every end of the stream of a podcast, I kind of like to throw up a tier list. You got a question? What's your question? Ah, yes, the Mithra interview. Okay, Mithra. So, please, tell me, how do you maintain your long hair? I get split ends every single day and a bunch of knots, too. How do you maintain your luxurious long mane of hair? Why did you name the segment Lina Breaks? Is it from Line Break? It's actually a reference to Limit Breaks, but I decided to replace it Limit with Lina. And I'll be real, I came up with the idea of the stream of the podcast literally 5 minutes before my birthday. Literally 5 minutes before my birthday stream. I could not think of a title. And I was like, okay, Lina Breaks it is. We're just going to throw that in there until I think of something better. And I never did. We still haven't broke Lina. See, the joke is I was the one who did it. Anyway, so yeah, we're moving on to a different portion of the stream now. Something I wanted to do during my last birthday stream, I wanted to do some tier lists. Like, I know a lot of people do tier lists during YouTube videos and stuff like that, or Twitch streams just for funsies. And you know what? I was feeling to myself, okay, if I were to do a tier list, what would I do? And because I was in a Pokemon mood, I was like, you know what? Screw it. How about we do a tier list of every single Pokemon game? At least the mainline games. Plus, it gives me an opportunity to be able to talk about my favorite Pokemon games. That being said, though, I don't think there's actually any really bad Pokemon games, so I might actually have to rename some of these. I'm going to call this section the Go-Goats. And because they are the greatest of all, greatest of all times. What should I call the next best tier? I kind of want to. What would be a good tier for this? I'm trying to think of a pun for high tier. But the problem is, I don't think there's any Pokemon to actually use the pun high. I guess I could go with... You know what? Screw it. We'll go with... I almost wrote Mithra! I almost wrote Mithra. The mythical tier. Okay, so we're going to call this the Go-Goats, the mythical tier, the legendary tier. Oh gosh, well, that's not going to work. Whatever, it's fine. Call you the pseudos, and okay, what is the best non-pseudo legendary Pokemon? I'm gonna go with Bidoof. Okay, there we go. So the worst Pokemon games are going to be called Bidoofs. Okay, so I think what we're going to start off with Red and Blue. Okay, so I have a history with Red and Blue. I think I talked about this during the last podcast. How do you usually make tier lists? You know, some people grade them on a curve. I usually grade them based on my personal opinion on them, while also trying to be a little objective about it. So the way I kind of look at it is, how do they fare in comparison to the other Pokemon games? I remember when Pokemon first came out, I had a friend who, well, not really a friend, more like a forced friend due to my mom, who had Pokemon Blue and was telling me about how cool Pokemon is. And I was like, you know what? I want to pick up Pokemon Blue too. So I go to the store and they're like, oh, sorry, we're all out of Pokemon Blues. Do you want Pokemon Red versions? And I'm like, I guess I'll take a Pokemon Red, whatever. So I picked that up. And I remember thinking, oh man, Pokemon Blue is clearly the superior version. It has a freaking turtle on it. Who would want a big dragon guy anyway? Thank you, Rainding. But of course, nowadays, I still think Blastoise might actually be my favorite starter out of Kanto starters. But if I were to look at Red and Blue and as games, they're so very dated. There's so many awkward gameplay elements that makes it hard to recommend them. Like, how many people here actually played Red and Blue out of curiosity? Because, like, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but back in the day, you were not allowed to catch Pokemon if a box is full. If a box is full, you had to go back to a Pokemon Center, access the PC, and change boxes in order to catch new Pokemon. That was so awkward. There were so many times whenever I came out across a rare Pokemon I wanted to get, like say Chansey, I would try to catch it. It's like, oh, your box is full. You can't catch it. And then it gets released. You played Pokemon, you're a yellow guy, so close enough. Fair enough. The cartridges for Red and Blue you owned were pre-owned, if you recall correctly. I think I lost my copy of Pokemon Red, but I was able to get a used copy years later. It was not fun times catching Pokemon back then. And yeah, Rap was really annoying. Fire Spin was really annoying. Man, I remember as a kid that I always thought that Fire Spin was one of the most broken moves in Pokemon history. And that's why it was one of the last moves that Charizard learned. I didn't develop many intimate memories with the Pokemon game until Gen 3. Yeah, I always remembered this one moment back during Red and Blue era. I remember I had such a hell of a time trying to catch a Clefairy in Mount Moon because Clefairy was one of those harder Pokemon to find. One thing I remember, so you know that friend that I was talking about? So my friend was helping me trying to find a Clefairy, and we finally found one in Mount Moon, but we were in the middle of walking down the street, and my friend's mom's like, please stop playing games while walking, and turned off my Game Boy right as we found a Clefairy. I was livid. We found a Clefairy and she took it away from us with a casual turn-off. I mean, she was right. We shouldn't be playing games while walking on the street, but still, at least let us save the game first. Man, okay, actual question for chat. How many of you who grew up with games had parents that would shut off the game before you get to a save point? Because, man, that happened way more often than I would have liked. Not with my mom specifically, because my mom liked playing games with me. But man, whenever I go to another person's house and we play games and then their mom would just turn off the game system, ugh. Mine didn't, but had a hard time understanding the concept of being able to step away from online multiplayer. I feel that. You had that happen with Super Mario Kart? Oh no! Were you doing Rainbow Road or something like that, Rainding? Parents, try siblings. You're the youngest in your family? No! I'm sorry, Sagami. Did your siblings just like turn off your game just to troll you or something like that? Ugh. I know people who would just like rip out the power cord. That's even worse. I've even had it like, this isn't exactly like parents, but I've had it so that someone would actually, I had actually had people who were playing through a game and then suddenly power disappeared and they lost their save file because of that. I always struggle taking turns when you got games. That's fair. I know like a lot of families who had siblings would just end up buying multiple Game Boys for their siblings. But the hard part was when they had to share home consoles. That was the hard part. But yeah, like, it's really hard to say where I would place Red and Blue. I have a lot of fond memories of these games. It's just, a lot of it is mostly the era of Pokemon when they first came out. That was when Pokemon was at the height of its popularity. It never really got that popular again until Pokemon Go came out. You had your dad one time turn off your power because your light switch back at your apartment was connected to your TV. Came in, flipped the switch as we were in the middle of a boss fight. No, Nini! Oh, that's so unfortunate. You know what's nice about the Switch? Power goes out, but you still have a chance to save since the Switch is the handheld mode. Yo, shout outs to the Switch for unintentional benefits. Your dad threw one of your game consoles on the ground once because he didn't respond fast enough when he was talking to you. You know, it's funny. It's just like Burmside said, your Burmside's dad actually did that with his DS too. It was so funny. It colored your reputation with him for about 15-20 years. That's fair. I'm sorry to hear that about your father, though. Shouts to the handheld mode for saving console mode. If I were to rate... Okay. I would put... Okay. I'm going to put Red and Blue at Bidoof tier. But mostly because how it just does not want to function properly. It just really, really doesn't like conveniencing the player. It's not that I hate them. I love all these games. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. Hang on. I gotta throw in some didn't play tiers, and unfortunately, the only games I never played were Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu. So I gotta throw that in there. Fortunately, it wasn't the Game Boy he threw, it was a Tetris thing you got from school, sweepstakes. It was still a thing. I feel that. Don't want being broken is nice in its own way because there's a consistent method to get Mew. That is true. Like, I would say that there's also the 1 in 256 thing in red, blue, and yellow. Yeah. Like, I remember back in the day, I was terrified because the Master Ball could potentially not catch. Good times. Just to confirm, yes, the Virtual Console release still works to get Mew. All the glitches are retained. But you might want to be a little careful because you might not want to do Missing No. Unless you like hard reset, but I don't know if you can hard reset a Virtual Console game. Anyway, but yeah, as much as I love Red, Blue, and I feel like the main weird issues with the boxes and stuff just kept it from being really, really fantastic in the grand scheme of things. I still like to revisit it just for nostalgia purposes, but you know what? I might actually stream it on stream eventually. I feel like Yellow definitely is in Bidoof tier as well because it's the same issues that Red and Blue had, but it's still ultimately better because you get to walk around with Pikachu! And you also get all of the Kanto starters too. It was so awesome. Oh my god, I love Pokemon Yellow so freaking much. I also love that you're able to also surf around with Surfing Pikachu. It's so awesome that they allowed you to ride around on Surfing Pikachu in the Virtual Console release too. Fire Red, Leaf Green is the best way of playing Kanto? Probably. Missing No. It's such a wild concept back when we dumb kids didn't know glitches worked and spawned a lot of fan content. I thought Missing No was intentional. I thought it was intentional, like... What am I trying to say here? I thought it was like a cheat code. I didn't realize it was a glitch. You were a dumb kid who couldn't figure out where to go after beating Misty? Yeah, those games really encouraged you to try to figure out where you needed to go. Well, next step up, gold and silver. I'm so torn on in this game. They're obviously at least pseudo-legendary tier because at least they didn't have the weird box switching issue that red and blue had. But I think I might raise them up to legendary tier because, man, it's still mind-blowing how they're able to fit so much in a Game Boy cartridge. Gold, silver, and cartridge. Gold, silver, and crystal had such goated post-game content. I know. I feel like the biggest weakness with these games, though, ultimately, is mostly the fact that it has a lot of level grinding involved. That's its biggest issue. And yeah, mentioned it earlier. Shout out to Iwata for allowing us to get Kanto. That's my understanding. Mr. No can do some very strange things or straight up break the game. Don't think it was intended to be a cheat. Yeah, but I never experienced the cheat. It breaking, so I never really thought much of it. Yeah, you gotta do a lot of grinding in order to really appreciate these games. So as much as I love them, they really can only fit in this level. Crystal is better than gold and silver. Oh, and breeding? Breeding was... They added so many new aspects of gold into the Pokemon series. They're so incredible because of that. Okay. So... Here's a weird one. Ruby and Sapphire... Okay. Ruby and Sapphire is interesting. For the longest time... I thought Ruby and Sapphire Gen 3 was the worst generation of Pokemon games. Yeah, you can't get Mareep and Crystal. It's so dumb. I don't get it. You're grateful to Meds for helping you with Crystal. You wouldn't have finished that game without him? Yeah. I definitely feel like you were better off playing Heart Gold, Soul Silver in that instance, but... It's tricky. I considered Gen 3 the worst gen for the longest time until a certain later gen. But if I were to look at it objectively, I think the biggest issue for me with these games, ironically, is just a really, really boring mid-game as well as end-game. It's a very forgettable generation for me. There's not a whole lot that I took away from Ruby and Sapphire as games. Like, I love a lot of new Pokemon, but like, going through Hoenn, it just didn't have much impact for me. The story wasn't all that unique. It was just another Pokemon game. Yes, they added in a lot of really cool aspects. They added in abilities. They made held items way more useful. It was like the beginnings of the modern Pokemon age, and I appreciate it for that. But if I were to look at them as a single playthrough game, there's really not a whole lot to it for me. It was just okay. Gen 3 also has the worst rival. I'm just gonna do this right now. X and Y has the worst rivals. I feel like Wally was friends aren't rivals though. Exactly! Oh my god. I hate X and Y. I'm sorry. Like, if I were to look at it at games, don't get me wrong, I think X and Y are fine as games. They're okay. I would even, like, if I were to look at them purely as games, I would probably put them here. But if I were to look at it at the grand scheme of things, God, I hate the rivals. The rivals are just friends. They don't develop. They don't do anything. They never grow as people. They don't even offer challenging battles. They exist. That is the biggest issue with X and Y. Like, even in comparison to Ruby and Sapphire, they are so mediocrely presented Pokemon games. All I can think about when I look at X and Y is shrug. I got a big freaking shrug every time I look at X and Y. They had so little impact in the grand scheme of things. They introduced Mega Evolutions. That's about it. And fairy types. I guess they introduced fairy types. But that's about it. Bren May never got a fully evolved starter? I mean, they do by Oros. You know what? Screw it. I might as well do this. Okay, so I was amazed how much I ended up liking Oros. I thought Oros was really middling when I first played it, mostly because I was disappointed that they removed the Battle Frontier, which, speaking of which... Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll put it up here. But, like, when you're able to tell Ruby and Sapphire's story and better, and using the gameplay systems of X and Y, which I mentioned, X and Y has incredible gameplay systems. We're able to combine that with Ruby and Sapphire and make Ruby and Sapphire even better. It made Oros some really damn good Pokemon games. You couldn't finish Omega Ruby, unfortunately. I think Oros is actually super underrated. I think there are actually way better games than I gave them credit for the time. There's a lot of extra post-game stuff that they can do that isn't, which sadly removed the Battle Frontier. Outside of the Battle Frontier, I think like Oros is just overall way better games. The Delta episode was also really nice too. I agree. And the fact that they also made Deoxys no longer a mythical Pokemon because you can catch them in a normal game. That's insanity. I think I really respect the hell out of Oros. I feel like another thing that X and Y did give us was Greninja. That was nice. You know, the most popular Pokemon of all time for a while. What is the most popular Pokemon right now anyway? I think it's Tinkaton, isn't it? I think they did a recent poll for it. I think Tinkaton was like the most popular Pokemon. Goodra's where it's at in X and Y. Like I said, I like the new Pokemon they introduced. But like, man, the story for X and Y was just so not good. The characters were so boring. No one actually grew. A lot of the backstory with Lysander made no sense. A lot of him... The story for AZ's backstory could have been really good, but they did freaking nothing with it. Like, there's a reason why people meme on it's been 3,000 years. I felt nothing when it's been 3,000 years. Okay, I'll say this. Looker's story in X and Y was good. The Looker story in that was good. I like that he adopted a girl. That was cute. Every time Looker shows up is always a good time. I love Pokemon, so I'm gonna kill all the Pokemon. Exactly! Oh my god, I hate X and Y. God, I hate X and Y stories so much. People waited ages for Team Flare and they got us the Fashion Please. Exactly! Freaking, oh. Team Flare is so underwhelming. I know a lot of people give Team Yell crap. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Team Yell is the best team in the world. I'll probably do a tier list on the Pokemon teams in the future. But like, at the very least, they contributed to a character's story. I appreciate them for that. Team Yell didn't matter. We'll get to Black and White momentarily. And it also doesn't help that Team Flare has the freaking worst designs out of all the teams, in my opinion. All they are business suits and sunglasses. Woo. Okay, ooh, this is hard. Do I like Fire Red Leaf Green more than I like Ruby and Sapphire? That's hard. Because, like I said, I have a lot of nostalgia for Kanto. I'm gonna... Yeah, I think I'll actually put... Yeah, I think I'll put them there. Sabrina is in Fire Red Leaf Green, so yes. Still salty that Sneasel was a Leaf Green exclusive and you had Fire Red. Yeah, you told me about that, Gaddy. I'm sorry. Team Yell was underwhelming, but you wish it touched you wish it touched on toxic fans. I mean, they did. Just not as far as I would have liked, unfortunately. Diamond and Pearl. I would actually say Diamond and Pearl are, yet again, just very middling games. They're, but I would say even worse than Ruby and Sapphire in that regard. Blissey.gift. Thank you, Gabby. We'll rank gym leaders another day, chat. Right now, I'm just thinking about the games. See, the problem for me with Diamond and Pearl is there's just a lot of weird quality of life aspects that made it not very fun to play through. And a lot of that was carried over into Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Like, they're better than Brilliant, like, their Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is better than default Diamond and Pearl, but it's still Diamond and Pearl. I don't know why you can't scroll through the Pokétch normally, like you can in Platinum. Speaking of which... You're going to get your hourglass? But, like, I don't know. It's like, I think Platinum is just an overall perfect experience for Pokemon. Like, I would say that was some of the most competitively fun times for Pokemon. Because that's when the Pokemon metagame really fleshed out to be something super complex. And I was really into the era of Pokemon battling at this time. And then Heart Gold, Heart Soul Silver came out. Let's be real, chat. These might actually still be the best Pokemon games that they ever made. I don't think they have ever made a Pokemon game that so many universally people liked. very rarely, like less than 10% amount of people I've ever seen people dislike Heart Gold Soul Silver. For me, Heart Gold Soul Silver just came at the perfect time in my life where I was feeling nostalgic for Pokemon, and I just would play them literally every day. I would, like, even long after I already beat Heart Gold Soul Silver's main story, I was still playing the post game. I was still doing all the daily events. I would not, you know, this was during my high school era of gaming. I would take my Switch to school, and whenever a certain amount of time passed, I would pull out my Switch from my backpack, not my Switch, my Nintendo DS from my backpack and water my berries because I want to get the most number of berries from my berry trees. I was a bad student. Heart Gold Soul Silver introduced portable berry growing? Exactly! Time traveler? Yes, I'm a time traveler. I mean...
Hey guys, and thank you so
Okay,
much for watching this song was
it's just... When is Pokemon Let's Go Gold Silver? I don't know if I want that. I don't really care about the Let's Go games. I'm probably going to be playing Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee on stream eventually. But, I don't know. I just feel like Pokemon Go doesn't really do all that much for me. I never actually played it. What about Legend Celebi? Okay, I would probably play that. Also, Brawler. The level curve in Heart Gold Soul Silver is pretty bad, but I'll say this: it's not that as bad compared to the original original Gold and Silver, because at the very least, they made it easier to grind, because like they made it so that if you're under leveled, you're able to build up a lot of experience through that. Okay, so, I don't know where I would put Black and White in relation to Heart Gold Soul Silver. I think these games probably still have some of the best stories in Pokemon games. Debatably. I might say a certain later game has a better story. In fact, I might even say 2 later games might have a better story. But at the time when it came out, oh man, no one has ever thought that Pokemon games would have an actually interesting story for once. Strong contender for your favorite generation. I respect that. I would also say that Black and White had the best item finder out of every single Pokemon game. Take care, Lindea. But yeah, like, I still think that Black and White probably has the best item finder. Because, like, all you had to do was turn it on, and it literally would point you into the direction of where you need to go. That was one of the best item finders I've ever seen. You like Black and White a lot more than 2. Ha! Funny that you say that. I would actually put it around here. Black and White 2 were disappointing sequels. You know what? I might even put it lower. Hang on. No, better than that, better than that. Actually, no. Yeah, I would actually put them here. They were so disappointing to me. They never intended on making a sequel to Black and White. So the fact that they tried to do it, I admire, but oh my god. There's like a lot of stuff in that game I don't care for. Hugh is probably one of the weaker rivals. I don't want to say he's bad. I don't want, like, he's nowhere near as bad as the rivals in X and Y. But he just doesn't really stand out as a character. I will say there is a strong emotional moment in that game with me. Like, I do appreciate the strong moment of him finding his sister's purloin evolved into a Liepard. That was a good emotional moment for me. I like that a lot. Black and White 2 gave us Colress's theme. I agree. Gen 5 didn't do a lot for you. Not a lot of mons interest you and didn't keep your attention. It does have your favorite playable trainer in Hilda, though. Yeah, it's just... For me, I loved the fact that they actually abandoned... Well, not abandoned, but, like, got rid of all the old Pokemon. So I felt like I was going through an entire new journey, learning about brand new Pokemon at the time. They introduced so many new Pokemon in Black and White. It was amazing. Of course, a lot of them were analogs to Kanto Pokemon, but I didn't care. It was still a new time for me. Getting to experience Pokemon fresh in a new way. Introducing so many new Pokemon that I really love to this day. I still love Victini. Victini is so cool. Imagine if they did that again, making a game with all new Pokemon. I think Black and White is exactly why they never did it again. A lot of people hated the fact that they didn't get access to the old Pokemon. Bouffalant is one of the greatest creations known to man because of that afro. You're not wrong. But yeah, like, I feel like Black and White just did so many good quality of life changes to the series. It's just a shame that not a lot of people take note of it otherwise. Because of the fact that it got rid of all the old Pokemon. Yeah, a lot of people really didn't like Black and White, which surprised me. I loved Black and White. Okay. This hurts. This really hurts because, like, I love Sun and Moon, but ooh, it is a hard game to replay. It really is. It doesn't have a lot of good post-game either, but I really love its story and characters. I love its story and characters so damn much. I really... I want to put it higher. I want to put Sun and Moon higher. But man, the cutscenes are unskippable. They are long and wordy. If you replay Sun and Moon, it is a chore. The tutorials are long and boring. But the characters are so damn good. I am being drawn back and forth. I like Pokemon Sun and Moon a lot. I really do. The battles felt slow a little bit. Don't forget protagonist face. True. I love Sun and Moon. I really do. They're just a chore to play through again. Speaking of Ultra, though... Well... You're better than X and Y. Ha!
Thank you!
Thanks, Hippo. Of course, I get assailed by a damn wild monster. Hippo, thank you for the gift subs too! Mystery Man, Norcore, TBG Hunter, Alive, Dark Mohawk, Fishing Krogunk, Nick the VGB, Jolteron, Mike JM, and David. And now I just feel like I got assaulted by a Hippowdon out of nowhere. Speaking of Hippowdon out of nowhere. Yeah. I think Legends Arceus might actually be my favorite Pokemon games. It just felt like such a damn breath of fresh air when they came out. Oh my god. Ultra Beasts are one of the coolest things ever introduced in Pokemon. You wish they did more with it. Hippo! You just came in here! What? Do it! No! What? No! Don't do it again! Ugh. Thank you for the gift subs to Snicka, Vimbert, Lexitographer, Vincent DC, Anikiki. The main Khajiit, I believe. Fieldy, HD, Colonel Star, Wolfmeister, and Seesaw. I swear to God. Do it again, no more. No! Do not encourage him more. He's a teacher! You think he can afford this on a teacher salary?
Thank you.
I don't even know anymore. I don't know at this point. Hippo. Thank you for the gifts of Tamir Artist, Spartan Yoshi, Chanizard, Fuegold, Goldamo, Jetbolt, Lundea, Policid, Simply Nat, Coraluna, and aka Aka Disaster. My stream is completely derailed now. Hippo, when I have a freaking leader list that mentions the number of gift subs I got in, do you just take pride?
Thank you.
Okay, Anonymous, thanks for the gift sub to that damned hippo. Do you just take pride in seeing that you're in the #1 slot? Is that what it's all about? Don't worry, use enough lube to I'll be okay. Okay. Thank you guys for the gift subs. They're #1 by about double compared to second place. I don't even know how. Baby! Why?
Thank you.
Guys, stop! Oh my god. Edie, thank you for the gifts up to Mayo! Angry Captain Hat! Thank you for the gifts up to Squat! Dynaslash, Shinaka! Scallywag! CJ, what? Oh my god. Guys! Guys! Stop! We're at a level 7. Y'all can chill now. Almost at level 8? No! Don't! Guys, stop! Listen, I need to go to the bathroom. I've been holding in going to the bathroom because I want to finish up the stream.
I'm late, but Rocco had to go to the potty. What?
Oops, my finger slipped low.
Darth Mohawk, thank you for the 100 bits. Wolf, why? Slowpoke party! Slowpoke party!
Well, with all these new sub friends, party time.
Thank you for the 129 bits. Y'all, the more you cheer, the more I have to hold it in, you know. And now I'm stuck here because I have to wait out the hype train with all y'all because y'all can't be responsible with your money. No, go Pete. You know, fine. I will go to the bathroom. I better not see more I have to talk about when I get back.
Thank you! Thank you!
Pissin' on a Friday night.
All right. What's the damage control? What did you all do while I wasn't looking? Let me go check. What have you done? What have you all done? Guys,
Thank you!
please. Welcome back, yeah! I feel so welcomed! Halfway left. About to be your last. No! Guys! No one actually cheers bits or gives subs when someone's in the bathroom! I didn't do anything! At least drop these when I'm doing something. Oh, what was the previous record? I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to check. Is there? I think it was level 10 or 11. I guess so. I don't think there's actually a way to check. Well, regardless, Needy, 1, thank you for the gifts up to Xeno Penumbra. Gaddy, thank you for the 500 bits. Shadow, thank you so much for the gifts up to Star the Boy. Shamelga... Shamelgamo? I don't know. Shadow Kitty, ITC, Random Person, and to people. Technically, being in the bathroom is doing something, guys. You don't need to break the record. Seriously, it's good. I appreciate it. You were wondering what you're missing? We're just doing a tier list on the Pokemon games at the moment. Thank you all for the support, guys. You didn't need to drop all those gift subs for me, but I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just... I'm a little, I guess the word would be overwhelmed. Because y'all are way too kind. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you. I know not everyone's going to have money for helping me out, like dropping bits and give subs and stuff like that, but it helps me keep streaming, and I appreciate that.
What's yours is mine.
Thank you! Thank you to 1 bit. Everyone enjoy your level 7 emotes. Level 8 at 60... 799.
We interrupt
Okay.
our program to bring you this important message. I can see you. Now back to our show.
Hey,
And
we got the
this is
last
just a
important
friendly
message.
Reminder, love always. No Limi, one love. You're worth it.
Thank you for the 47, Wolf. I love you too, chat. This music is too appropriate right now. Oh god. I know that's not what your intention was, but I thought Hippo was about to devour me. Okay, let me actually get back to this silly tier list already. Okay, so, like I said, I think Legends Arceus might be my favorite Pokemon game. It just was such a breath of fresh air. There's a lot of good single player elements. No, Hippo, no, stop! Don't eat crazy! Legends Arceus was a surprisingly good idea. It just felt so much fun exploring through the world. The movement options were good. The progression system was amazing. It really had a lot of options for you to do in a single player game. I wish more Pokemon games were single player games. Oh, no, Mogmallows. No! Well, guess I better write up her obituary. They made a game that was about filling in the Pokedex, and it worked. Here lies poor Mogmallows, devoured by a hippo. You also love how Legends Arceus recontextualizes Sinnoh's history? Oh no, I completely agree. I love that Legends Arceus actually gave us a really fascinating new world and new story to tell all about Sinnoh. Of course, it didn't perfectly line up with the Sinnoh region, but that didn't matter. It was just telling a new story about the history of Sinnoh. And I love that. I love it when they're able to revisit a region and give us a brand new story to tell about it. That's what I want them to do more in the future. As much as I love them being able to introduce like brand new Pokemon with every new paired version games into a new region, I love to see them expand on old regions too. Legends Arceus was an answer on Jeopardy yesterday? Really? What was the quote-unquote answer? Have fun, go stream some, go grind some tomes in Final Fantasy 14? Nice. Go have fun with 14, Hippo. Dude, thank you again for everything. You take care, man. Oh god, my throat is dying from all that screaming. I scream because of you guys. I really, really do. Also, my mic keeps falling over. Give me a sec. Okay, there we go. You're our little tsundere baby, and we love it. Don't call me tsundere! You're tsundere! Legend Arceus actually got you to get all the Pokemon that was your big drive? Oh, dude! I caught all the Pokemon in Legends Arceus too. It was amazing! Like, I never felt like more accomplished completing a Pokemon game than I did with Legends Arceus. It's so fulfilling. It really made Pokemon feel more alive than it ever did. The series finally lets you catch them all in 2022's Legends Arceus. Oh, that's funny. I still want to go back and fully complete the deck someday. I completed the decks. It's more so doing all the tasks I still need to do. And just throwing the ball at them was great, for sure. I completely agree. I wish you could do that more often in the modern games. Sword and Shield. Screw the haters. I love Sword and Shield. I love Sword and Shield with all my heart. Sword and Shield are flawed. Flawed. Flawed, 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 flawed games. I still love them. I think Sword and Shield has some of my favorite time as a Pokemon fan. It has a lot of characters I care about to this day. I think the presentation might actually be my favorite presentation out of all the Pokemon games, even more than Legends Arceus. I think the story is okay. Could be better told. I feel like some characters could have gotten more screen time. I don't love all the new Pokemon that I introduced. I love the... I just really love the characters. I really love its presentation. I love its visuals. Yes, I know, there's a lot of dated aspects to it. Yes, I know about the stupid PS2 tree. I don't care. This is... When I think of the Pokemon world, I like to imagine Galar, which is really weird. Because I grew up with Pokemon since Kanto. I know so many people are going to disagree with me on this, but I love what Sword and Shield was for its time. You enjoyed Sword and Shield for what they were? Introduced Phalanx, the adorable little guys. I love Phalanx! They're so precious! Sword and Shield made the headway for a new generation of Pokemon in its game as well. It's your take 100%? Yeah. Character customization in Sword and Shield was also good. I'm sad I can't wear a hat, but, you know, it is what it is. Appleton is nice. You also got your precious bun that is Cinderace. Mm-hmm. I would say... You know, I won't talk about the starters another day, but I feel like Johto and... I feel like Johto and Hoenn might have my favorite starter groups. Like, I'll say this. When I think of Pokemon, I think of Pokemon as a world of sports. Pokemon battling in the universe of Pokemon is a sport. They have never treated Pokemon like a sport competition as well as they did until Sword and Shield. I am still massively blown away by the stadium battles, the stadium music for the gyms. It's such an overwhelming experience for me. It really felt like I was actually taking part in a sporting event, growing better and stronger as I went along. It was truly a sports anime game, and I loved it. Gyms have never felt more grand than until Galar. It's a road to championship experience, and it was incredible. That being said, though, I don't know if it'll stay up there. I don't. I really don't know if it's going to stay there. But, oh my god, Scarlet and Violet has my favorite story out of the entire series. I don't know how, because I just wanted to give the grand scale of things. I love the characters of Scarlet and Violet so much. They somehow surpassed Sword and Shield's characters for me, and I have no idea how they did it. That being said, I feel like it's given. I feel like it's. Let me put it like this. This is how I feel similarly to Xenoblade 2 and 3. Xenoblade 2 and 3 are interesting because Xenoblade 3 is overall the better game, but it doesn't reach the same highs as Xenoblade 2. But it also doesn't reach the same lows as Xenoblade 2. That's how I feel about Scarlet and Violet compared to Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield has more general, better aspects, but Scarlet and Violet hits higher highs. What should you name your new shiny Dragonair? I believe shiny Dragonair is pink, right? Can't really think of anything off the top of my head at the moment. Let's go with Balloony. I don't know, balloon animals. Is pink and cute? I'm gonna go with no. How about Airy? A-I-R-Y. A-I-R-E-Y. Airy. You love Nimona, Ryford, Miriam, and Dendra. Everyone else exists. I have never felt more attached to Nimona, to Arvin, to Penny. Those three are actually the best freaking characters in any Pokemon game I've ever seen. I am so attached to them so freaking much. I legitimately believe that they are my best friends. Let's not forget Scarlet and Violet's main character, Arvin. Yeah. Arvin simpers in chat. I simp for Arvin so much. Arvin did everything because he loves his poor dog, and I love his dog too. Scarlet and Violet also has your probably favorite implementation of legendary Pokemon yet. Yes, that's actually exactly why I like Koraidon so much. I didn't think I would fall in love with Koraidon as much as I did after Scarlet and Violet. I was so ridiculously impressed. But why does this game function so poorly? Why is everything glitching out? Why is it so hard to see Pokemon? Why is the draw distance so bad? Why are some of the gym leaders so stupid? Why does this game look so awful? Why is it so easy to glitch through walls? Why is it so easy to get stuck riding on nothing? Oh!
To recreate the feeling of Gen 1 glitches.
Thank you for breaking down another wall, Shadow. I love Scarlet and Violet so much, but it's also such a mixed bag. That awkward moment when the pirates get the better experience made the game runs a million times better there. I know! It's so weird! Scarlet and Violet might actually be the best Pokemon games. Like, I am almost willing to put it up here, but the weird tech issues just can't put it up there. I am so damn close to putting it at the top of the series, but I can't. Maybe with the February patch? Maybe the February patch will make it better? Yeah, you know what? Also another issue. The outfits in Scarlet and Violet could be better. That's also another problem. Was it a Rust project? Oh, a million times it's a Rust project. Game Freak is forced to put out Pokemon games literally every year. Hell, they put out 2 Pokemon games last year. They really rushed it. They could have waited a year. I legitimately think if they waited another year, maybe, man, this game probably top of the list. I legitimately think Scarlet and Violet could have been the best Pokemon games ever made. There are just so many things holding it back. Like, I almost want to put it down here, but I can't because there are so many amazing moments in the game with its characters and story. I am still so freaking blown away by the ending of Scarlet and Violet. It just could have been better. Yeah, exactly what Burnside said. The anime and TCG took their time with going to Paldea. We didn't need to go to Paldea right away. They could have delayed it a year. And it drives me wild. I love these games so freaking much. Okay, I'm gonna say something that's really weird because this is very hard to do. I'm still playing Violet on my own. I'm still playing Scarlet on my own time. Even after beating the game, I'm still playing it off stream. That is incredibly rare for me to do. I care about these games so much. I recently picked up the Greninja Raid event. I'm still making new Pokemon builds. It's making me want to do more Pokemon streams of it. Like multiplayer Pokemon streams. I really like Scarlet and Violet a lot, guys. I really hope that the patch this month really fixes a lot of its issues. I don't know when it's coming. Maybe it'll come on Pokemon Day. But I really hope Scarlet and Violet improves to the point where I can happily put it like here. But as of right now, it's going to sit it over here for now. There are some real mean double strats in Scarlet and Violet right now? I know! I was like, hey Kojin, how's it going? We got a whole bunch of hype trains going earlier, and we just finished up a tier list. Yeah, I think I'm good with this. Maybe I'll feel strongly about Let's Go Eevee. Okay, I'll say this. I am thinking of going through the Let's Go games eventually. Just not entirely sure when. He wants to start another hype train? No, Nini. We're good. We're good. We're gonna call the stream here. Everyone, I hope you guys enjoyed the latest podcast. I'm a little worn out on my throat, not gonna lie. Normally, whenever I do these podcast streams, they go on for a long time. And I feel like I need to go rest my voice for about 2 days. You came in late, but this was fun. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream, Sagami. I really hope you... what am I trying to say here? I really hope you enjoyed it, yeah. Water is your greatest ally? I probably should get a drink. You just got here, but thank you for streaming. Kojin, we need to do something together. I want to play more D&D or some tabletop game. Anyway, let me give you guys the schedule. Everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Next stream will be this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be continuing more Fire Emblem Engage. Following that will be the Monday Discord movie night, and then more Fire Emblem Engage on Tuesday. I might not stream Engage on Friday. I might end up taking the day off and doing Engage on Thursday. We'll see. But on Saturday, it's the Splatoon 3 Splatfest for the 3 different chocolates. I'm going to be picking team. Picking Team Milk Chocolate for me personally. If you guys want to join in on that, consider checking that out. All right, but if there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server where we talk about anything and everything. We are a very friendly bunch who are always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights, as mentioned, every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently going through all the live-action Disney movies at the moment, and the next 2 are actually massive major hitters. We're going to be watching George of the Jungle and Air Bud. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server. You have no chocolate biases, you enjoy all 3, puts you in an awkward spot of which team to pick. Yeah, at least you're not like Rosie, where she doesn't like chocolate, period. All right. Does anybody remember what that raid message was at the beginning of the stream? I don't remember. But if you guys have any other raid messages in mind, let me know. I'm gonna find ourselves a lovely raid target. Metal Gonzo Solid. Right, that's what it was. Tsundere baby lemon. No! I am not a tsundere and I'm not a baby. As far as you know. Okay, who to raid, who to raid? Ooh, I spy someone. Haven't raided them in a long time. Okay. We're gonna go with this. All right, we're going to be rating with Muppet Gear Solid. As for who we're rating the inflammable Kion2570, who's currently going through Metroid Prime blind. Never played it before, so how about you guys go give them all the love. Kion's a cool dude, and I think you'll also appreciate his chill vibes. Until next time, everyone, thank y'all so much for the support. Thank y'all for listening to me ramble for 4.5 hours. Never mind. I thought I only streamed 3 hours. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. And remember, love always. Have a good night, everyone.